Everyone. Good morning. Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much indeed for joining us for the 14th annual GambleAware conference. We are celebrating progress and we're welcoming the new statutory gambling harms prevention system. That's what today is all about. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. I'm your facilitator for today. And just to say, for those of you who don't know me, I have been involved in the gambling scene for about 19 years, having started my connections with GambleAware as a non-executive director for 6 years on its predecessor, the Responsible Gambling Trust, and then chairing this conference. So I am very pleased to be back with you. We are hosting a hybrid event, so there are a lot of people online. We have 500 or almost 500 people registered in person and online for this conference. So it is one of our biggest, which is absolutely great. A bit of housekeeping. There are no fire alarms that we know of. So if you hear one, it is real. Make an orderly exit and you will be guided out to the gathering point. The Wi-Fi log on is 11 Cavendish SQ, as in Cavendish Square, and the password is brick red. And for those of you joining us online, if you have any technical issues, then please ask the team by putting a query into the Slido Ask a Question section on your conference at the bottom of your conference page, or email the events team, so events@gambleaware.org. Now, today the agenda has been put together to, it's a varied agenda. It highlights gambling harm as a serious public health issue. And the agenda is split into keynote addresses and panel sessions to allow for discussion and debate. And that means that we do want to hear from you. We want you to be part of that discussion and debate. There are sessions on building a more connected, effective gambling harm support system, shaping service design, delivery and policy, and ensuring support is responsive, person-centered, and includes emerging risks, trends, and the changing needs of affected communities. We'll be spotlighting the National Gambling Support Network. We will be discussing priorities in the post-white paper environment. And we're also looking forward to welcoming Baroness Tycross, who's in the front row here, who is the Gambling Minister, Baroness Claire Gerada, DBE, who is from the Primary Care Gambling Service, Joe Robertson, MP, Gambling Reform APPG Minister, Alex Ballinger, MP, and Tim Miller from the Gambling Commission, amongst others. There's a poster presentation. You will see it out in the networking areas. Please have a look during the breaks. And for those online, you can view the posters by clicking on the poster presentation tab at the bottom of the conference site. And please, if you're in this room, do visit the Garden Suite, where the University of Brighton is hosting a photography exhibition on their recent study aimed at understanding gambling in the LGBTQ+ communities. So today is about exploring the ways we can all work together to set the ambition for the future system. How did we get here? I was thinking about this, given that I have been involved for quite a while. Over the last 15 years, the UK has moved from a fragmented, underfunded response to gambling harms towards a more integrated statutory system of sustainable funding. The introduction of the statutory levy in 25 marks a major step. So, when I first joined, gambling harms were recognised, but responses were piecemeal. They were largely voluntary and they were largely delivered by, funded by industry donations to the voluntary sector. The Gambling Act of 2005 set licensing objectives, including protecting vulnerable people. Treatment provision was patchy, with third sector organisations leading support, and often, as I've said, under-resourced. And then we moved into 2015 to 2020, when research highlighted harms beyond financial loss, into mental health issues, suicide risk, family breakdown, and health inequalities. And public health framing gained traction. The NHS began to offer specialist clinics. And then during COVID, the pandemic accelerated concerns about online gambling and vulnerable groups. And the government's white paper in 2023 committed to modernising regulation and strengthening harm prevention. So here we are. In 2024, the government confirmed a new statutory levy that became effective in April this year. The levy is expected to raise up to 100 million annually for funding for research, prevention, and treatment. And with that, the levy will, we hope, ensure independent, sustainable funding. The NHS commissioning creates a unified system. The expansion of treatment clinics and helpline services has shortened waiting times and widened reach. But I'm sure you will agree when I say that I think there are still challenges. We've got geographic disparities. We've still got stigma. And also lack of awareness. And both of those prevent people looking for help, even though it might be there. And there's still a debate ongoing about balancing operator interests with public health priorities. So there's a lot to talk about. And to kick us off, I would like to welcome the chair of GambleAware, Andy Boucher. Andy became the chair in April, having previously been vice chair and also chair of the GambleAware Resources Committee. But Andy, I think I'm right in saying that you are a long-term advocate for and have a real passion for addressing social issues, including how business and community organisations can collaborate more effectively. Over to you.
Thank you. Thanks, Liz. And good morning. Sort myself out. So, first of all, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends, online and in person, welcome to GambleAware's final conference. When I was preparing for today, I looked back at previous conferences. 2 years ago, off the back of the publication of the white paper, our opening address focused on the new chapter. At that stage, we knew there was going to be a statutory levy, but the shape of the new system was still being worked through. Last year, with more clarity about the direction of travel, we highlighted building the bridge to the new system. Now, in a year that's seen its fair share of challenges and successes, we are now at a point where we have the unique opportunity to reflect back while also looking forward to a new statutory system for the gambling harm sector. Today, our conference is focused on highlighting progress and welcoming the new statutory gambling harms prevention system. In acknowledgement of the first part of this theme, I wanted to use the time I have with you to share some final reflections on how far we've come, as well as some of the achievements by GambleAware and the wider sector. Also want to look ahead to the future as well. From where I'm standing, I think those of you working across the gambling harm sector can be rightly proud of everything you've achieved to date. Turning to other partners and collaborators, I want to acknowledge and pay tribute to our partnerships with the third sector and with the statutory sector as well. Collaborative research and innovation has allowed the development of support that is both evidence-based and community-focused. Our work outside the gambling sector through improving outcomes in community resilience funds has allowed us to grow our understanding as well as to innovate. I also want to acknowledge the great work done by those organisations in the National Gambling Support Network, the NGSN. Since its launch in April 2023, thousands of people have accessed the support it provides. And that's one thing I think we are rightly proud of. However, I can't overstate the importance of the lived experience voices. Their contribution is invaluable, allowing us to learn firsthand about the real issues and barriers facing a range of communities working together to help address them. I also wanted to thank DCMS, Baroness Twycross, and the new Prevention Research and Treatment Commissioners and relevant bodies in Scotland and Wales. We know this moment brings uncertainty. Transitions of this scale are inevitably raise questions for organisations, staff, and those delivering support every day. It is important to acknowledge that clearly and honestly these challenges, but uncertainty is also a natural part of building something new. The work we've contributed to, the learning, the partnerships, the evidence, and insights provide reassurance that the system is starting from a position of strength. While we cannot know exactly what the future will hold, we can be confident in the foundations that have been laid by the sector working together over many years. Our priority now is to encourage working together as a sector and with the new system to enable a smooth transition. While this is GambleAware's closing chapter, we have the opportunity to ensure a strong legacy that reflects everything we've learned, everything we've built, and everything we continue to aspire to. Let's take pride in what we've achieved, and let's hope that the new system can build on this foundation, innovate further, and continue to address gambling harms with compassion, fairness, and creativity. Thank you to everyone, colleagues, partners, and supporters who have been part of this journey. Thank you for listening, and I wish all of you the best in your work in tackling what is now recognised as an important social and public health issue. So the team would be pleased, I'm stuck to the script, but I do want to say one heartfelt, God bless you, GambleAware family. You've been amazing, and it's been a real privilege. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to hand over now to Baroness Twycross.
Thank you, Andy, and good morning, everyone. I was really delighted to be invited to speak to you today. I wanted to start with a clear but simple message that this government is committed to tackling gambling-related harm. It was an important commitment in our manifesto, and it is something that I care deeply about. Since speaking to you last year, I've continued to be struck by the accounts of profound losses and the far-reaching effects that such harm can have on loved ones. I've heard this firsthand through engagement with individuals, and apologies, I'm not going to be able to mention everybody by name, but I've had firsthand engagement with individuals such as Nicola Jacks, and heard from the National Gambling Support Network and other organisations such as YGAM. I'm really grateful for those conversations, and I'd like to thank all of you, not least everyone who works with and for GambleAware, for your continued work over the past year to protect people from gambling-related harm. I also want to join Andy in acknowledging the work of GambleAware since it started in 2002. I'm immensely grateful to you for working so tirelessly over the past 23 years and for your commitment to providing vital support and treatment for people in need. The statutory levy puts future funding for tackling gambling-related harm beyond doubt, but the transition has been accompanied by really hard decisions, not least on GambleAware's future. I hope, however, you're able to see it as a testament to the role you and the third sector more widely have played in difficult circumstances over many, many years. Delivery of the statutory levy underlines this government's commitment to the strengthening efforts to understand, prevent, tackle and treat gambling-related harm. I was pleased to be able to announce last week that the levy has raised around £120 million in its first year, exceeding initial estimates. Funding will be ring-fenced, ensuring there is sufficient independent and sustainable funding to address gambling-related harm across Great Britain. This fills the gaps that we know exist in the evidence base and provision of treatment and support. The new levy commissioners are now taking forward work to establish effective programmes and pathways across research, prevention and treatment. These will strengthen our public health approach and create a joined-up system to address harms across Great Britain, which will include GB-wide commissioning where appropriate. All commissioners are working closely together to ensure that no one experiencing gambling-related harm falls through the cracks. Activity funded under the levy will also be developed and delivered entirely independently of the gambling industry. We recognise the unique and valuable insights that those with lived experience can offer and the critical role they play in supporting the development of effective policies. We're working with commissioners to ensure diverse voices are informing levy programmes in the most effective ways possible. I acknowledge that during this transition period, there has been some frustration at how quickly decisions are being communicated and uncertainty around issues such as funding timelines, conflicts of interest policy, and bid criteria. In recent weeks, commissioners have set out some of the detail. You will be aware that organisations in receipt of industry funding until the end of this financial year will be able to apply for funding from April and beyond, provided they comply with the stated eligibility requirements. I was pleased that the Office for Health Improvement and Disparities intends to take a pragmatic test and learn approach in England on prevention. This will provide grant funding for the VCSE sector over a 2-year transition period from April, helping to provide increased certainty and stability for the system. And NHS England intends to run a 1-year grant funding scheme for VCSE treatment and support services during 2026-27, whilst integrated care boards implement longer-term commissioning arrangements. Please do keep talking to the commissioners and DCMS to flag any concerns to make sure we get this right. We must ensure that valuable knowledge and expertise is retained in the system and the continuity of care for those who need it most. I will also continue to work closely with Ashley Dalton, my equivalent in DHSE, to make sure our work is joined up across government to make sure there's a smooth transition. I want to thank GambleAware for everything they've done to support this transition period, whilst commissioners have been working as quickly as possible to establish their respective programmes. This has included providing additional funding to help stabilise the system. Ultimately, we all want the new system to be as effective as possible, protecting people from harm and providing appropriate help and support for the people that need it most. That has to include the third sector, alongside local authorities, academics and others. All commissioners are committed to building on your work, ensuring those affected by gambling-related harm can access the help they need when they need it. Beyond the levy, we want to apply a careful, evidence-based approach to addressing gambling harms related more broadly. There is increasing awareness, and I know this isn't a surprise to anyone in this room, of gambling harm affected young children and young people. Evidence shows that gambling participation for such groups has increased from 27% to 30% in the last 12 months. Whilst children experiencing problems with their gambling has remained stable, there are still many who experience harm, especially those who are neurodivergent. We will explore work around gambling education alongside the upcoming updated statutory guidance for relationship, sex and health education. We'll also continue to engage across Whitehall to make sure that gambling education isn't forgotten. We're working with the Department of Health and Social Care and the Gambling Commission to strengthen messaging, including on the risks associated with gambling, with a view to replacing the current industry-led approach. This includes evaluating public health gambling messaging to determine what works best before deciding next steps. In the land-based sector, I know there have been concerns around consumer protection in adult gaming centres. I've heard directly from people such as Jackie Alden who've been affected by harmful gambling in these venues. I've been clear that I will not consider any deregulatory changes in AGCs without improved protections. The industry has announced new measures on self-exclusion, and I look forward to working with them to ensure that protections are fit for purpose. I've also heard local councillors and MPs' concerns around the concentration of gambling premises in deprived areas. To strengthen the powers available to local authorities, the government is intending to introduce cumulative impact assessments for gambling licensing as soon as parliamentary time allows. At last year's conference, I outlined my ambition to ensure high standards in the prize draw sector. Whilst not regulated gambling, I was clear that I want those who participate in prize draws to be confident that proportionate protections are in place. To this end, I'm pleased that last month, the government published a voluntary code for prize draw operators with a clear and uniform standard for the sector. Finally, I wanted to touch briefly on gambling duties. Increasing gambling duties will raise over £1 billion a year to support the public finances. In parallel, we've provided the Gambling Commission with an additional £26 million over 3 years to increase investment resources and capacity to tackle the illegal market. I will continue to work with industry to ensure that we do what we can to reduce the risk to consumers posed by the changing environment, particularly those who may be suffering gambling-related harm. A better, safer, sustainable gambling industry is in all of our interests. I hope that everything I've outlined today will help to achieve a goal we all have in common, to reduce gambling-related harm across Great Britain. I will keep listening and working with you all to deliver this. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Baroness Twycross, and I hope that you welcome, as do I, the government commitment, the ongoing commitment, the commitment to consumer protection, and the critical role that is played by lived experience and the need for diverse voices to be heard. And I also welcome what the Baroness said about wanting to continue to hear from all of you, so that you should talk to the commissioners as this change goes forward. And I'd also like to thank Andy. Andy, I was very taken by what you said about the fact that transformation, transition causes uncertainty, but also they open up opportunities for different ways, perhaps, of operating in the future. And I think that that is the way to look at this transformation and transition. There are opportunities that we must now grasp. And thank you again very much for pointing out the collaboration partnerships and the importance of lived experience. Thank you. Thank you to both. So it's time for the first panel discussion, and that is Bridging the Gap: Innovation and Integrating Community-Led Services into the Future System. And there are some of those opportunities, and perhaps we may hear about those. In common with all the panel sessions, I am only going to introduce each panel moderator. The panel moderator will then introduce their panel members. There will be questions. Panels are open to questions. If you are going to ask a question, then please make sure the mic gets to you and that you speak directly into the mic. Particularly important so that people listening in online can hear you. So I am going to hand over to the moderator for this session, Ruth Champion, who is Director of Systems Commissioning at GambleAware. And I know that Ruth has been working with people experiencing gambling-related harm for about 22 years. Over to you, Ruth.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the first panel of the day. Good to see so many of you, friends, new and old. So, and welcome to everybody online. So I have the honour of being joined on the stage with Steve Gerling from Reframe Coaching, Khadija Ahmed Sharif from Sharma Women's Centre, Gwyn Thomas de Khrushchev from Big Issue, and Darren Crocker from Simon Community Scotland. I'm going to hand over to them to introduce themselves, what they do in more detail in just a second. But so the purpose of this session is to talk about innovation and how we can and should be integrating community-led services in the future system. So what are the key aspects we should be considering and should be mindful of, and how we can be sure to bridge that all-important gap between community-led touchpoints and treatment and support spaces for people experiencing gambling-related harm. Following the discussion, we will be opening up to the audience for a Q&A. But by way of introduction, so over the last few years, GambleAware have commissioned and been working with about 50 projects through our innovation and development portfolio. There has been some really great work done by people in their own communities, working with issues they know and understand, providing opportunities for people to engage with people they can trust and in places where they feel safe, in a way that transcends the perceptions of stigma and barriers that we know exist in more traditional environments. So I'm going to hand over to the panel so we can hear more from them. If we start from you, Steve.
Yeah, thanks, Ruth. Morning, everybody. My name's Steve Gerling. I'm the co-founder of Reframe Coaching. I'm also in the 9th year of my own personal recovery from a gambling addiction. And it's actually me and my wife that set up Reframe Coaching back in 2020. Reframe Coaching is a lived experience recovery organisation. So we set up the organisation because there was very little at that time in terms of recovery support. So we wanted to try and do something to try and fill that void. For us, that is recovery coaching. So we provide one-to-one and group support to individuals who've been affected by gambling. They don't have to necessarily have gone through treatment. So we do support people at the very early stage of their recovery. Maybe they feel as though treatment might be a bit too much. They want to speak to someone with lived experience. All of our coaches have lived experience. If treatment then becomes an option, we discuss what is the best possible support for them, and we refer into. We also do receive referrals from treatment providers to support people after that treatment. So looking more sort of long-term recovery. As I mentioned, we are a lived experience recovery organisation. So not only are we a proud member of the NGSN, we're also a member of CLERO, which is the College of Lived Experience Recovery Organisations. So all of our work is underpinned and delivered by those who have been affected by gambling.
Thank you. Khadija.
Good morning, everybody. Delighted to be invited today at the last conference of GambleAware. I'm the CEO of Sharma Women's Centre. We're based in Leicester, and we deal predominantly with Black, Asian, minority ethnic women, but not exclusively. The women we deal with have suffered, very often very vulnerable, suffered financial, domestic abuse, require counselling, emotional abuse. So we provide a whole range of services that support them. And we've been around for about next year will be 40 years. We're in December now, 40 years, and we've got the King's Award for Voluntary Services this year. So we're really kind of proud of the work we do. But the community we serve trusts us, and that's a really important element of the work we do. We found about 3 years ago, we got inundated with individuals, women who were disclosing to our counsellors, to our welfare advisors, to our domestic abuse advisors about the financial hardship they were getting. And when you kind of laid that down to the source, it was often to do with gambling harms. But because of the communities these women come from, it's shame, it's stigma. The Muslim community, gambling doesn't exist as far as they're concerned. Similar to mental health 12 years ago when I set up a mental health service. So it's tackling that stigma. We were very fortunate to get the funding from GambleAware, really appreciative. We were able to engage with over 3,500 women, raise awareness, address some of that stigma. But the fact we were able to do that was, one, we were trusted. Two, we went out to the places where these women were, to their homes, to their social events. We didn't talk about gambling, first of all. We talked about other issues that were affecting them and their families. And it's breaking down those barriers. We use innovative methods to actually get that engagement. and they felt safe and able to ask for the support. There's still lots of work to be done. But for me also, I think looking ahead, it's really important the work that we built on. We've developed workshops, culturally conducive workshops to support organisations and volunteers to understand what those cultural barriers are. And we're hoping to continue to do that work to ensure the sustainability of the work we do so that every contact counts. And we really hope going forward, it's a seamless process.
Hi, my name is Gwyn and I'm the Service Development Manager for The Big Issue, specifically the Changing Lives Community Interest Company, part of The Big Issue Group. So probably everyone knows something about The Big Issue. It was set up over 30 years ago as an income generating opportunity for homeless and vulnerably housed people to earn some income and some more kind of social inclusion through selling our award-winning magazine, which I should say is full of great writing and has a brilliant team of journalists behind it. So we work with a couple of thousand people on a sort of rolling basis around the UK. We've got offices from Scotland down to Plymouth and Devon, all across mainland Britain, and areas that are kind of not served by an office. We do our best to kind of reach them through van runs and that kind of magazine distribution. At the same time, our really talented staff, they deliver all kinds of person-centered support alongside providing the opportunity to sell the magazine. So our GambleAware funding started 3 years ago, and it was our kind of first organised bit of work around supporting vendors with gambling harms. And our main area of work is to provide information, start initial conversations with people experiencing financial hardship, and kind of explain to them about different support options and help them into that support. Yeah, that's us.
My brain and my mouth have been in different speeds lately, so I'm doing myself a service by writing this down this morning. So I'm representing the Gambling Harm team at Simon Community Scotland. We're a charity who works alongside people at risk of or experiencing homelessness. So it's a sad reality that the majority of people who are accessing our services are already carrying the weight of stigma. It is also evident that many are dealing with complex and wide-ranging difficulties such as social isolation, breakdown, substance use, poor mental health, financial insecurity, gender-based violence, trauma. The list isn't exhaustive. We're recognising that gambling harms can, of course, weave into all of those layers and complexities. Gambling harms can be the cause of homelessness, but it can also keep people within homelessness. So how do we bridge that gap to not only reach our community, but to integrate that level of support and awareness? Well, for me, it comes down to two things: system change and culture change. We need to start asking about gambling across services and set an example for others to follow. And we need to empower and give staff the confidence to start the conversation and help facilitate safe and non-judgmental spaces for people to access. So culture change doesn't happen overnight, which I think everyone here will understand and appreciate, but never underestimate the impact that you can make by just normalizing conversations about gambling harm within your workplace and your community. It genuinely makes a difference. And for the community that we support, I'd like to finish by representing some of their experiences, which has come directly from them. A lot of people who have severe gambling addictions use alcohol or cocaine or even just weed. A lot of them will use one of those things as a crutch to block out the fact that they've gambled away all of their money. So then the gambling isn't really looked at. It's because they're drinking or using drugs. But they're drinking to hide the shame of having lost everything. So the gambling isn't what you see as a problem. You see all the other factors round about it. I felt isolated and ashamed. My homelessness was visible, but the gambling that contributed to it was my secret. No one ever asked. And finally, at one point, 90% of my money was going on gambling. Nothing good comes of it. I lost everything, and no one knew because no one asked. Thank you.
Thanks, all of you. So you've all in your kind of introductions, you talked about the trust that's built between you and your communities and the credibility, within your communities by your own experiences and what you understand. So how do we build and maintain trust between statutory services, community providers and marginalised groups? Open to everyone.
I think it's really important that, first of all, statutory sectors understand the communities we serve, that they actively learn from the work that we've done, and we've got those connections and the trust with those communities, and actually bring the NHS into the community, bring those different, the public health, and this is a public health issue. We deal with, we see the after effects of gambling, the affected others. I mean, let's not forget the affected others, his families, his children, and it's bringing those services together. Instead of kind of competing with each other, is kind of working together, and I think that's going to be really important to make it successful.
Absolutely. And I think challenging all kinds of assumptions that people work with, and particularly additionally to that, like seeing people as a kind of homogenous block that gambling support users from this community or this group, they like this or they don't like that. I think the individual really gets lost in all that, and we're constantly being surprised and having our assumptions completely blown apart by the way people respond to or don't respond to the work we do. So I think looking at communities and specific communities and their kind of cultural needs and expectations is really important, but not losing the individual in that, because we are all individuals.
We all know shame and stigma is so prevalent with the work that we do. So I think just giving people those opportunities to reach out for support is really, really important. We know as a lived experience organisation, the first point of contact people have is with someone who is either in stable or sustained recovery, or someone who's an affected other. So they're speaking to someone from their community. And then even when we come to assign a recovery coach, we then ask if there's any preferred coach they would like to work with, just because we want to try and break down barriers. We want to try and make it as accessible as possible. And I think any new system needs to be able to do that. Like I say, we already know shame and stigma is huge and stops people from reaching out. So we need to build something that actually helps people to reach out.
And to me, it's about facilitating safe spaces for people to have these conversations. And we recognise that the people that we support, gambling might just be one part of quite a complex picture. So not everyone's kind of knocking down the door to come and speak about gambling right away, but if you don't facilitate those spaces, even for the people that work in our community, then you don't get those answers, and you don't get to the point where you can support someone. So yeah, we just we try and give opportunities for people to come to us, and you don't even need to kind of go in heavy with the gambling harm side of things. Just talking about gambling in general gives people that gives people that confidence and that trust with the person that you're having that conversation with, and it can lead to places. So to me, it sounds like very basic things, but sometimes the basic things make the most impact.
It's really true. It's taken years for us to to work with someone sometimes before gambling comes out, and it's also like it takes a lot of. I mean, trust is the main thing I sort of keep thinking about with all this on different levels, but trusting the process of having a really light touch availability of those conversations, those bits of information about gambling. So there's just this ambient sense that this is a safe place to talk about those things, and you can't necessarily expect evidence of that working. So that trust needs to be there from, all the different sort of stakeholders in that system, that we need to give it lots of time for those kind of evidence to reveal themselves. And which is hard to work with sometimes, I think.
Yeah. One of the things that we found worked really well was we do kind of chai and chat sessions, and we go out in the community and bring groups of women in, is when we do anonymous case studies, we share them, or they're played on a video, and it's then, the pin drops. A lot of the ladies say, well, that's what I'm going through. That is gambling, and also for them understanding what gambling is. It comes, cryptocurrency is gambling. I didn't know about that. I mean, I didn't myself know that till recently. But again, raising awareness of different types of gambling there is, and also for the youngsters. Many of the women we deal with are never been to university or had a full proper education. So it's again making them understand, giving them literacy skills, IT skills, so they understand what their youngsters are doing. So it's being proactive to their needs. That's really important. So they can actually, go through that journey with their youngster.
And I think that, for the sense of, time, giving people the time, they're not necessarily in a one-off intervention going to tell you everything and get to the places where they need to. It's having that time to. Sounds important from what you're saying.
We've had cases where women are living with their partners who've been gambling, but they're too ashamed to tell anyone. They don't tell their parents because it's not allowed, or their in-laws. So they come to us under our welfare, kind of umbrella. And when you break it down, you see why that's been happening. So we help them to set up separate bank accounts, so there's some kind of financial independence. And we've had partners come in then and then kind of refer them, signpost them to support. It's taken weeks and months, but eventually, in some cases, we've got there, made a huge impact. So it's a slow process, but it's worth it.
Yeah, thank you. And what lessons have you learnt from building credibility in local context? So how can services tailor interventions to cultural and contextual needs?
Well, I think it's each group of people you deal with have their own kind of inhibitions. Some faiths, like the Muslim that I belong to, gambling's not allowed at all. So, we've gone to organisations where they say, no, it doesn't happen here. And then we've gone to other communities where it says, yes, it does happen here. So I think it's taking it and breaking it down into tailoring your services to those individual groups, something that you said earlier. It's very, very important. Not one solution meets everybody's needs. So being responsive and being innovative and responding to those different groups in the way that makes it very simple and easy for them to understand and feel safe in disclosing is very, very important.
Yeah, we work with a lot of people from the Roma community in the UK, and there are kind of similar cultural stigma and shame, which is like Khadija mentions, but obviously there is the social stigma of gambling, for pretty much everyone. But I think when that's layered up with the kind of cultural or religious stigma alongside it, it's really, challenging to unpick that and kind of get in to talk about it. But yeah, we work with we have a sort of peer mentoring scheme. So it's not specifically about gambling, because obviously that's quite a new area for us, and it's but it's just about working with big issue vendors to become peer mentors and kind of use some of their own experiences, whatever they may be, to kind of help the support get to the people who need it. And that's been really, really amazing for the way it's kind of changed the way we see doing this work, and changed the access that some peer mentors have been able to have. So yeah, I would really advocate for that. I know it's like, built into the new statutory levy, and the funding for prevention is lived experience coming into it. Obviously ours is kind of a different kind, because we haven't specifically got to the point where we're working with experienced people experienced with gambling harms. But I think whatever your service user group or the people you're working with are experiencing, a really good starting point is making sure you are taking, you're co-producing the work, or you're using mentoring schemes, or you're employing directly from the group that you're working with. I think is all really, really beneficial.
I will talk for when we're facilitating training, whether it's in our own organisation or out with, everyone's doing the groundwork already in this space, right? So they'll be supporting people who are experiencing homelessness. There might be drugs and alcohol, other issues involved. They're creating non-judgmental spaces, trauma-informed support. It's just trying to get the staff to not be intimidated with gambling. When people come through training, you'll find if you plant the seed, not everyone thinks that they've got a relationship with gambling or know much about gambling, but the reality is that a lot of people do, and they'll come back to you and say that. So it's just trying to embed that in the practice to see that it's not, you can take all your work experience and you can put this and facilitate gambling conversations. But again, it comes down to culture change, doesn't it? We have to have these conversations all the time to give staff the confidence to then have these conversations and sort of, carry on the work they're already doing. But for the people we support, the gambling side of things.
Can I just add on to that, what you've just said in terms of kind of alcohol and drug abuse? We found a very good approach was partnering with Turning Point, and they have community organisations that deal with ethnic minority individuals who have drug and alcohol abuse, and going into that safe setting where they're used to, and it's really helped engage not only the male individuals but the partners and the wives to get kind of solution and treatment. And we've ensured that organisations that deal with these individuals have assessment process that include gambling harm. So we're really proud that we've been able to ensure that every contact counts, and I think that's a really good approach. So it's a normal thing. Even with my teams, my key workers, they ask that question in the way that's appropriate, and that makes it an easier conversation.
And I think for the future system, this is why it's really important that the prevention commissioner and the treatment commissioner really do have that joined up approach, because there will be some really good work, what you've just heard, from people on the ground in their communities, really raising awareness, but also actually then linking into support and treatment. So it has to be very much joined up. But I think for the other side of things, for the organisations, it's where collaboration really does need to happen and really can be showcased, because sometimes when we're reaching into the communities, we might not be best to then deliver the support that that person wants and needs. So it's about building these really good relationships with other support services, so that support the person get is seamless and trusted as well.
Thanks, and you've led nicely on to the next question. Anybody think we practice this? So what role should commissioning and funding structures play in enabling collaboration and sort of community-led initiatives and strategies, and sort of like working together rather than in parallel?
I think there needs to be working groups that represent all the communities that we're dealing with. And we speak about lived experience a lot. It's vitally important, but like just keeping up to date with trends as well. Gambling changes so quickly. We're needing, I don't know, it was at a conference last week, I can't remember who brought it up, but the word gambling harm ambassador came up, or an ambassador. I like that idea. There should be ambassadors for the communities who are supporting there at the table, having these conversations with people that are making changes.
Yeah, I would really agree with Darren. Working groups or something along those lines, where we can have a space as providers of support to get together, whether that's online or monthly or quarterly, or something needs to be in place, I think, and needs to be encouraged to share, like you say, trends and just to keep abreast of what everyone's doing. We work a lot in digital inclusion, which intersects with our gambling support provision, and in Wales there's been amazing work done with developing a minimum standard for digital inclusion and digital living, and these working groups have just been so helpful. And similarly in a lot of work we do around fuel poverty, having a chance for funded organizations or groups working in the sector to just share their experiences and their work I think it's just such an easy win really to keep things progressing and developing the way they should. The other thing I think is really important for our staff to be able to do is to know exactly what these referrals for treatment or for other types of support are going to look like. And I think what we've learned is that sometimes you only get kind of one shot to work with someone, which I don't like to even say that because it's sort of scary, but you really need, and it's hard because you may not be seeing any requests for support with gambling for weeks or months, or a particular member of staff may never have actually had any active kind of requests for support with this, which is why it's so important for them to stay kind of primed and aware of exactly what a referral option is going to look like, what that user experience is going to be for someone who's at a really vulnerable and challenging time of their life, where they're maybe asking for support for the first time. They don't really know if they can trust this route. But it's really important for that staff member who's getting that request to know as much as they can about, the diversity of different options available to them, whether that's self-help or harm reduction or actual treatment, and really, really detailed, what that will look like for the person who's going down that route. They've shown the trust with us to ask for support. So we really have a kind of duty to make that count. Not blow the opportunity, make sure we're showing them where we're taking them and what it's going to look like on the other side. If it's phoning up a phone line, what's that going to look like? Will they have to wait in a queue? What will happen? What will they be offered in that phone call? Exactly how will that look? And otherwise you really risk kind of just missing an opportunity, and who knows, if that person's going to ask for help again. So so that's just a roundabout way of saying, if we connect together as organizations and we can really make sure that we're doing our bit to kind of know what each other is doing.
I like you.
Can I just add one thing? I think looking ahead, you're looking at your integrated care boards that are changing, the NHS 10-year plan, which is still waiting to be fully finalised. It'll be interesting to see where gambling harm sits in that, and also in terms of ambassadors, champions in those organisations who meet with the voluntary sector. I don't think it's making sure there is that commitment from those organisations to make a difference and to work with the voluntary sector to make it more impactful. That's going to be really important moving ahead.
Yeah, just to echo what everyone has said really, I think if you want to find out the best way to support people, it's always to speak to that person. I think, but speaking to different people, I think is really important, and that's where, like Khadija's mentioned as well, reaching into communities to try and encourage those who want to speak out and share their experience, that they can do so in a safe way. It might be through a separate voice, for example, but really listening to what people want. I know for us, a big piece of work that we've been doing, and a lot of our work is around sort of legacy harms. So I think for commissioners, prevention and treatment is fantastic, but legacy harms are real in our space. They are. There's a wide range of things, and I really do want that. We've kind of been banging the drum with the commissioners of that needs to be considered. So commissioners, of course, have that framework of what you want to work on. But again, there has to be innovation. There has to be chances to work into other pockets of work to support people who maybe we aren't supporting already.
Thank you. So what practical steps can organisations take now to embed equity and inclusion in services?
Well, I think it's really important that all your staff, all your teams are aware of the potential issues that there may be in terms of inclusion, but also make sure the organisations that you're going to be working with are aware of it too.
Yeah, not assuming that kind of knowledge in the other organisations you're working with. I mean, it comes back to partnership working, but sharing the lessons you've learned. And yeah, I mentioned peer mentoring already, but trying to, as much as possible, reflecting the kind of demographics, the people that we're working with in the offices. Cultural awareness training for staff if you're working with different communities, and obviously, like specifically for the way, if you're not working with different ethnic groups or religious communities, even just the way gambling affects people from different demographics, whether that's women or people with experience of trauma, all sorts of that it's a really I think gambling harm and gambling addiction is it's really embedded in individual experiences. We've worked with people who were trapped in really difficult gambling behavior, and it turned out that was something that they did with their brother who had passed away, and so it was kind of locked up in this side of this person. And I think just awareness of the different ways that gambling can intersect with parts of their life experiences is sometimes overlooked. But funnily enough, we've also had with the peer mentoring side of things and having people from, for example, the Roma community delivering support in offices, we've also had a sort of negative side effect of that, where people from that community, they wanted to come and speak to our staff, but they didn't actually want to do it within earshot of another person from their community because they were worried about the stigma and it traveling and word passing through the community that this was going on for someone. So our staff member had to kind of think quick and invent a sort of subtext for why they were talking, and sort of say, let's talk with you about your peer mentoring training, and actually it was a cover for talking about being an affected other of someone with a gambling addiction. So just be prepared to be surprised by these things, I think.
Thank you. We've now got over to our audience Q&A. So has anybody got any questions for the panel? Tony.
Good morning. Yes, thank you, panel. Mark Connery from Glen. I think Steve and also Ruth asked the question around the commissioning. How can commissioning work everyone cooperatively. You talk about working groups. The way we now have the commissioning, we've got demarcation of course, treatment and prevention, and I think we all know that for the organisations that work in this space, there'll be many that span the two, and there'll be some whose services don't really fit nicely into either. Do you have any concerns that through the siloed approach, there are going to be some services that simply don't get funded because they can't make a strong enough case to be either treatment or prevention? And do you think there's anything we can do to try and circumvent that?
I mean, it's a really good question, and it's something that I know us at Reframe Coaching have been concerned about because we provide recovery support. So does recovery fit within prevention or does it fit within treatment? So in answer to your question, I guess we're probably one of the organisations who may well slip between the cracks. I think just having those conversations with commissioners and finding out where we do fit from our side has been actually quite challenging, if I'm being brutally honest. Because I think with any change, for me, communication is really key. So communication needs to be, clear, concise and timely, and then you have action. I don't think we've probably had that. So that's where we're maybe sat in a little bit of limbo. And I think that's fair to say. But yeah, we are worried. I think that's why it's really important that we share what we do. And that's why it's really important that there are frameworks so we can clearly see where we fit within. I think if we look at it for recovery, again, it could be quite nuanced and subjective because actually is recovery part of treatment? Yeah, if someone has been referred from treatment, it could be part of their journey. Actually, does it fall within prevention? We could be working to prevent people from future relapse. So it depends what way, and everyone will look at that slightly different. So, I mean, of course, there are concerns for us and other organisations in this space. I mean, I don't know none of the answers, but I'll just say what we've done is just reached out. We're still uncertain, I'll be honest, of where we fit. We'll still keep trying to have those conversations. We'll still keep talking about the work that we do. We're really proud of the work that we've done so far and the work that we want to currently do as well in the future. So I don't think that answers your question. So apologies, but just, yeah, that's our stance on it, Mark.
No. And so sorry, Mark. I know you so well, and I called you Tony. I don't know where that came from. I do apologise. Any other questions, Sarah?
Hi, I've got a question from the online audience. So you've all talked about how gambling harm can impact a range of communities and is linked to a lot of different issues. So how do you ensure all of those voices are heard in a meaningful way in system design?
Yeah, as I spoke about before, facilitating these spaces for people to engage with and paying people for their time as well, making it incentivizing it, I think we need to get away from vouchers and paying people a living wage for their contributions and keep people engaged going forward and give them opportunities to integrate into the system and have their say on how the system's going to look and pan out in the next few years. So, yeah, we need more voices at the table and varied voices. That's what it comes down to for me.
Absolutely, yeah. What Darren says, and making sure those opportunities to speak are, aimed, that you're still holding all the same principles that you do with the support, that they are accessible to people, whether that's because of, through cultural reasons or just do the work, can make sure that's given as much thought as you're hopefully giving to how you provide support. So, those chances to get that input is as important as anything else. So, pay a living wage as well.
Yeah, I'd just like to add, I think it's really important to get people within those groups who've had lived experience to talk about their experience, but also to let those people who are sharing their views to say why it's important, and also feedback. I know we've all been to lots of kind of discussion groups and evaluation groups and research groups, but it's giving back that feedback, because these people often can't afford to get there, or they're working, they can't afford to take time off. So it's also feedback in terms of you came to this event, this is what's happened as a result, because that motivates them and get them more encouraged to come to other sessions, make it more meaningful.
Again, just to echo, everyone deserves a seat at the table, but we need to make sure that table is safe for everybody. So it might look different for different people.
Thank you. Anybody else? More questions? Hi, Martin.
Thank you. I tried, but I failed. I'm going to ask the question. First of all, thank you for the work you do on the front line. You're seeing daily a small fraction of the 1.4 million people severely harmed by gambling, which is a sad indictment on the effectiveness of DCMS and Gambling Commission policy. I'm a fairly pessimistic character, as you can probably imagine. Can you see the demand for your services increasing or decreasing? Can you give me any light at the end of the tunnel that we're preventing harm?
I think it's about educating people, letting them know where to get the right kind of support. So reducing the impact of gambling harms, and particularly the women we deal with, is to know to be able to better able to support their families in that, and to have it as an open conversation within families, different families. So yeah, I do see we can better equip them. I don't think we eradicate the whole problem of gambling harms, but it's about giving them the tools and the confidence and the spaces to be able to make a difference.
Yeah, I think we're seeing more evidence of young people coming to our service. Just last month, we were dealing with someone who's 19, who came to us and was really wanting just to know how to help himself. He said, I don't really know what's going on with me, but I want you to help me help myself. I don't want support. So I think as long as we keep updating the way that we are helping people and make it as accessible as possible, I think we're going to see diversification of the way gambling affects people and the type of gambling. But we need to just make sure as a sector we are making support really accessible, really obvious, all in one place. These are the different ways you can get help, and let people do it themselves. I think we have a duty to do that.
Steve?
Yeah, I was just going to say thanks, Martin. From our service, I can't share that harm is reducing because our referrals are increasing. But what I can say is we set up our service because there was a very little in terms of ongoing recovery support for people. What I can say is our service is growing, which means that people hopefully are then being more supported in their recovery. So although that doesn't kind of give you the answer that you're looking for, but hopefully you may feel a little bit more reassured that actually people are getting maybe more comprehensive support than maybe they were in the future, or in the past, sorry.
Times are incredibly tough for the people we support. Whether it's a cost of living crisis, lack of secure housing, there's a lot going on in people's lives. So we just ideally we want more capacity to do more of the work on the ground and to reach these communities. We work for quite a big charity, it's 350 people. And that's a high turnover of staff as well. So when I'm talking about culture change and embedding that, you got to be persistent and keep chipping away. So yes, I'm not that pessimistic, Martin. I've always got to have some sort of hope, but it's difficult. We just need more. We need to be supported to do more of the work that we're doing well just now and then grow it.
Thank you. Well, on that note, sadly, we're out of time. I had quite a few more questions that I would have liked to ask you, but thank you so much for joining us this morning. And I'm sure I can speak for everybody that hope the amazing work that you're doing continues into the future system. And
thank you very much.
Thank you for everything you've done.
Thank you so much, Ruth, and to the panel for such a thought-provoking session. I always like to pick out a few points from what has been said, but I would just repeat the whole conversation because they're all so important. I think there is a very clear call for commissioners to take a joined-up approach, and there is a clear call for having those voices around the table, and they have to be heard, but it has to be the safe table. And I think the point about the word that cropped up most in that panel was stigma. And we really still have a long way to go to cut through that. I do like the fact that hope was mentioned at the very end of that session. So thank you to the panel. And may I introduce the second panel of today. And we are talking about the power of lived experience. And of course, this is something that Andy mentioned right at the beginning of the day, that the Baroness, the gambling minister, mentioned. And we have heard it several times from the panel about the importance of lived experience. So please, could we have the next panel on the platform? And again, there will be questions and answers off the back of this panel, which will be chaired by Nicola Jacques, MBE, who is chair of GambleAware's Lived Experience Council. And Nicola is a lived experience advocate recognised for her work in gambling harm reduction with the Beacon Counselling Trust. So over to Nicola and the panel.
Thank you. And, good morning, everybody. I really wanted to share with a few reflections first on kind of the transformative change we've seen of lived experience, particularly across the system in the years since I first particularly set out, and to the point that we're having sort of this panel today. And it sort of always reminds me of different anecdotes in a sense. And as I talk a lot in pictures, I was thinking about the times when me and the kids during COVID had found a new fascination with puzzles. And it was something that gave us its ultimate challenge: 750 pieces, 1,000 pieces, 2,000 pieces. And it was that ultimate satisfaction over this course of this time where we were getting to put together this full picture. And it made me think about where we are now and where we're going next. Because if I was to smash up a pieces of a full jigsaw, put it in a box and throw away a couple of pieces, and then try and put it all back together again, it doesn't matter what corner I started, where I'd go from, those pieces would still be missing and there would be gaps. And I could try and patch over those gaps. I could try and plug the holes with cash, but it wouldn't plug those holes. It would never ever be a complete picture again. And I think that defines and speaks a lot for the collective power of lived experience and collective and full lived experience working across the gambling harms reduction space, particularly with the wider expertise and professionals that we've been able to embed and work alongside with. It's a depth and a breadth and a kaleidoscope, and it can't be replicated. When I first shared my experience with Neil Platt and Graham England at the start of the 6 to 10 project a few years back, I wasn't just a sad story. It was a missing piece, and it was a much bigger part of recognising what was needed to really understand the whole issues of gambling-related harms. We open the doors to services, but it doesn't work alone in silo, and people just don't come. What we then recognised was there was a bigger gap, an infancy in a much wider system, a lack of appetite, a lack of confidence, and an understanding of gambling harms literacy. We had to get to the bottom of mobilising local systems in our local communities, training through the likes of our Bet You Can Help programme, and building deep-rooted partnerships with a much wider breadth of lived experience. Epic Restart Foundation, Thriving Together, Alerts, Glen, Peer Aid, GamLearn, GamHive, GamFam, Reframe. There are so many more. Universally, there has been a transformative change, and crucially for all those early interventions through our services. Lived experience is evidence of the human heart of all our services. It's a kaleidoscope of personalities, individualities, communities that goes beyond a beginning, a middle, and an end of story construct. Lived experience is infinite. It's not an add-on or a nice to have. It works much bigger in an ecosystem of prevention, education, intervention, treatment, and support. So I described last week lived experience as a band of walkers, early explorers, perhaps some of you that have experienced it, adventurers. And together we've planted trig points, we've plotted steps unknowingly, unintentionally, and we've joined dots along the way. Individually, we have trialed and walked many paths: criminal justice, homelessness, broken families, mistrust, financial trauma, cultural barriers, neurodiversity, and of course, not forgetting the interventions of our youth. Through the most treacherous and challenging terrains, lived experience in partnership has navigated, redirected, found alternative routes, the dead ends, so others don't have to. We record it, we use it, and we save people time. Maps outlive people. They evolve and they can be used again and again. And as we sit here today, continuing this journey in our shared vision of reducing a future of gambling harms, ignore a map at your peril. So that's just from me, and I will pass over to Bianca.
Oh God, I sat here so you would pick him. Morning, everybody. My name is Bianca Colclough. I'm Staffordshire based, and I have direct experience of gambling harm, spanning over a period of 12 years. My recovery journey started 3 years ago. But I'm a lot more than that. I have 25 years corporate experience working in recruitment, both in the UK and South Africa. It's an accolade I'm very proud of. I've helped people throughout my whole career to find jobs. I've interviewed people, but nothing frightens me more than to sit here today and lay my soul bare and be a victim somewhat of mistakes I've made in the past. But that would be me looking at myself with sorrow. I sit here proudly as a woman who has shared her lived experience and who does sit here today, not only as a voice for myself, but as a voice for everybody else who has not yet found that within them to share their own story. So that's why I'm here today, and thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Hi everybody, I'm Lucy Hart. I'm Deputy Director for Multi-Agency Operations at the Care Quality Commission. And I have to say, I have to confess that coming along to the panel today, I was thinking, oh, how are we going to bring our inspection programme to life in amongst all of the kind of rich stories and information that people intend to share through the day. But what I'm going to have to do now during this introduction is try and contain myself and give kind of a brief overview of our inspection programme, because I think the panel that have just gone before us and also the introductions from our colleagues are so powerful and really remind us of the importance of connecting together. And I think that's something that we've seen through our inspection programme so far as well. So just to give you a little bit of try and attempt to give you a bit of a potted history of who we are and why we are inspecting. I will try and avoid using acronyms as well. So we tend to be referred to as CQC, so we're the Care Quality Commission, the Independent Regulator of Health and Social Care. Providers of gambling harms are exempt from our usual regulations. So we don't register those services, we don't take enforcement action against them, but we can use our powers to go and assist other authorities to go and do these inspections. So we're in a really privileged position to be able to go and do a baseline assessment of the 14 providers across the National Gambling Support Network. And this session is specifically thinking about lived experience and how lived experience has formed part of our assessment framework. So when we first started scoping out the assessment activity, there was a huge amount of co-production with Gamble Commission, GambleAware, and an expert advisory group to think about our assessment framework, think about the how lived experience was going to form part of that assessment and part of that inspection evidence that the inspectors gather. And I think a really powerful reflection from one of the inspection team is that in the 14 years as an inspector, it is a joy to hear about the positive experiences of those with lived experience from accessing the services, not dismissing the challenges that there are in terms of stigma that we've heard the panel speak about earlier as well. So we acknowledge as well that we are hearing one part of the story. We're hearing the part of the story that where people have accessed the service.
The other elements of lived experience, I think I just want to highlight at this point, are how we gather lived experience through our inspection activity. So we are approaching halfway through our inspection programme, and at each inspection point, there's a live survey sent out to providers. And so far we've had 250 responses to those surveys, which I think is incredible, and has largely been very positive, and hopefully we can talk about that. And in addition to that, when the inspectors are on site, the inspection team will meet, if people want to meet with the inspection team and share their stories and experiences, that is also something that we would invite as part of our inspection process. And there's lots more that I can say as well from the panel before, and talk about innovation and how the assessment framework can support that. But I'll hold on to that and hopefully we can weave it through our discussion.
Lucy. I'm Suhail, the Lived Experience Coordinator and Recovery Organisations Contract Manager at GambleAware. I'm not one to be thrust into the limelight to talk, but it's been a privilege to have been involved with GambleAware and working with individuals with lived experience across the National Gambling Support Network. As like many of my colleagues, my journey didn't start with a job title, but it began with harm, shame, stigma, recovery. And I guess my own journey can be a testament or a case study of how, coming from a very orthodox minority community as a Muslim, experiencing gambling related harm, but being empowered by the National Gambling Support Network and underpinned by wellness, safeguarding, I was able to use my voice to create change within communities, or highlight the level of harm, highlight how individuals have been impacted by gambling related harm. So, as I said, it's been a real privilege to listen to individuals across the National Gambling Support Network. And what I believe about lived experience is that lived experience isn't just storytelling, although storytelling is cathartic, it's powerful, it's impactful, it changes lives, it can change organizations, but that's the beginning, but it's not the end. And the end, lived experience, is something that is consistent, a recurring theme or a golden thread which is woven through organizations. And I think we need to get to a place, or systemically and organizationally, where lived experience is comfortable in our boardrooms, in our board of trustee meetings. And we've got to be in that place where lived experience is not just feedback, it's just not a focus group, or it's not just part of our outreach. Although if lived experience is involved in those places, then our statistics, the NGSN statistics, shows that recovery outcomes, treatment outcomes are exponentially great. However, when lived experience is involved strategically, then we know that this is a vehicle for creating systemic change. And we've seen through our work with working with independent organizations, lived experience organizations, that lived experience has made a change in how individuals access treatment. So individuals, trauma-informed care as an example. So I think we need to move beyond and professionalize the role of lived experience, because lived experience in itself is a discipline. And when lived experience expertise is seen in an equal form to other accepted forms of knowledge, such as clinical and operational, then that's when we will see the value of lived experience. So it is an investment. It's not something that is easy, and sometimes we can be afraid because sometimes lived experience can come across quite harsh, can come across quite raw and brutal because of the harm that we've experienced. However, with upskilling, investment, training, and putting trust into lived experience, then it is a force for change, and it can really improve lives, and it's a worthwhile investment. So across the NGSN, when we look at our waiting times, when we look at assessment, how we conduct our assessment and how we assess risk, all of this is underpinned by involvement with lived experience. Okay.
Thanks, Hale. I think that's kind of a kind of nice feedback into one of the first questions I was going to ask you, Bianca, in this, in terms of that equity, because as you're right, you're somebody who wears many different hats across sort of professional platforms. You know, you're not defined by gambling harms, but how important was kind of all those shared equitable experiences, and actually in terms of looking then for support for yourself in that wider system as well.
I think I describe my coming out journey, so to speak, is that I could finally breathe. I'd sort of lived via wearing a mask from a very young age. I don't think anybody's any stranger to knowing my wider story for those that know, but my gambling addiction stems from childhood sexual abuse, and it's something I'm very passionate about raising awareness of, because that secrecy element of my psyche and my DNA started from the age of 6. So if ever an addiction was going to capture me, then I guess gambling was always going to be it. It enabled me to live a secret life whilst living a normal life to the outside world, and I think I became quite an expert in such. So when I used the term that I could finally breathe, I felt that I could actually take the mask off in 2023, and I could actually start really rebuilding the trauma, the layers of pain that I'd been carrying for so long. And gambling was actually only a very small part of that. And in order for me to rebuild that version of myself that I wanted to be, I had to look beyond myself, and I had to look at the people I'd hurt along the way. I had to start by having some very difficult conversations with individuals that were a lot more painful than the conversations I had with myself, because the shame of my own journey was small in comparison to the shame I was carrying. But most importantly, I'm 45 and I didn't become a mom until I was 40. And I started to look at my children and think, why the hell do they want a mum that's carrying this pain? Why the hell do these children deserve to become a product of my own demise? I need to make change. And that kind of was the blueprint from what started my recovery journey, like a real true version of recovery. And that was me sort of looking at how I was going to create healthy habits, healthy boundaries, whilst I had this person on my shoulder saying, come on, B, you can do this, you know, you're strong, you're independent, you're empowering other people. And I got this other person on my shoulder saying, just go and put 20 more pound in that machine, Bianca, just go to the casino, you're having a bad day, go to the casino. That battle is immense, and I cannot share, unless anybody relates to having gambling addiction, just how hard that is to battle, trying to become the best version of yourself, trying to heal, trying to be the best mum you can be, trying to portray to the outside world that suddenly you've shared your story and everything's going to be okay. Inside, I am absolutely crucifying myself with the debt, the loss of relationships, the shame, the fact that I'd lost a friend and my friend was the casino. The friend that I'd had in my life for 12 years suddenly disappearing out of my life. The people that knew me inside the casino because I related to them, I actually didn't know them at all, but they were people I felt comfortable with because they were my safe space. Suddenly all of that is gone. And what you're left with is people who don't trust you, people that you've lied to for years and years, bank statements and letters coming through the post that you'd sooner not see. And on top of that, I've got a childhood trauma to deal with whilst trying to be a good mom. That can be too much. And this is why, for me, the power of speaking out and the help that GambleAware have afforded me since joining this community have been instrumental in my recovery journey, because each and every person in this room that has been touch pointed by somebody or spoken to somebody with lived experience of any type, you don't realize how much they need you. You don't realize how much one conversation that might be part of your day-to-day job could have a profound impact on when I put my head on my pillow at night and actually make a decision that is not the wrong one. And for every single person in that room, in this room that does that, you don't realise the difference that you've made to my life and my children's lives. And that's the ripple effect of the amazing work that's been done. Somebody speaking from a heart with lived experience that I'm now part of. And it's this professionalism that drives my will to continue to never set foot in a casino again, to never let myself down, but most importantly, never let my children down, because I don't ever want to be a product of a statistic. I have to change. So that's part of my recovery in a roundabout way.
And I think to
thank you.
How, like Bianca touches on there, actually recognising all those wider determinants as well, and the play obviously that lived experience then serves into the wider system of the support and treatment, how it goes well beyond just a simple presentation when somebody gets there. And how important do you think that is, kind of in the presence of it in that recognised wider system we have now?
Yeah, it's really important, and I think I can recall one of my conversations with colleagues at PCGS, Primary Care Gambling Service, where they say seldom gambling is the only issue or only issue that we are when supporting individuals. So when people come to service, then they present with a myriad of harms and mental health difficulties that they need support with. So it's pretty complex, and individuals need appropriate support and care. So I feel our support, the assessment stage is incredibly important, and I would like to say that the support that the National Gambling Support Network offers and the speed at which individuals receive support is incredible. And within a week, 2 weeks, an individual can be having their first session. So, and it's only through the participation of lived experience involvement within focus groups, within organizations, and a lot of our providers have advisory boards and internal lived experience groups, and proactively feeding into the assessment program. And that's where organizations learn about neurodiversity, trauma, the wider determinants of health. And when we look at communities, then it's not just gambling harm, but it's their housing, it's poverty, and a myriad of kind of issues that we need to look at and support individuals with. So gambling alone it's a complex, and we need to have a whole system approach. And it's incredibly important that when we look to engage lived experience, then we consider the plurality of lived experience, the diversity of lived experience. And many times we will see on lived experience panels a kind of a mono kind of representation, and it doesn't truly reflect the communities that we come from. So we're talking about women, ethnic minorities, a criminal justice system. So we need to ensure that when we harnessing the power of lived experience, then we are representing the many different communities, so that we're able to derive understanding which can inform our practice, which can inform our service design. So it's not just about collecting a feedback form, but it's about using that feedback, using that data to actually make a change, a systemic change within our organizations. And I'm quite fortunate enough to have contributed in the inequalities work that we have done at GambleAware, which has really been fantastic, because it's also then informed our cultural competency training that we have recently developed, in which lived experience had a really strong input into it. So I think it's really important to consider the wider determinants in that way.
Obviously, hearing what everybody's had to say, like you say, coming into the scope from the CQC was kind of very, very broad and it's almost new. But one of the words I wanted to pick up on from both Bianca and Sahel is kind of the importance of trust. And you were saying about the richness, and obviously people speaking to you quite openly when you were going out and doing these assessments across the services. But how actually important is that in the scope and evaluation of CQC in building those relationships?
And I think it's important to note as well that that CQC as part of our core function have got a role in improving and in supporting the sector to make improvements too. And so it's a great opportunity for us to be able to, we're talking about lived experience in a positive sense, as in most of the, in fact, the majority of the kind of lived experience that's been shared so far in inspection have been really, really positive. The key that people are sharing is about trying to remove that stigma to get in, that is the most important part. And if the stigma is removed, then people feel able to access a service. I think the other thing that we've heard from our inspections that we've done so far is how person-centred the providers are. So I think, Steve, you touched on it about it's not about you wanting to make sure that your service is provided. It's about what service is the right service for this person at this point in time. So that connection between the providers at the moment to us looks strong, and is supporting people to access help and support. One of the other features that has come through the inspections that we've done so far is the value of having staff who have lived experience, and that is also in part removing some of the stigma and supporting people to engage. We have also seen that there is that in that role then there is a value and importance on supervision for those staff. Because they have their own trauma that they are then supporting people with. So I think it's really important to kind of bring that to life as well, that the people that we are engaging with as inspectors on inspection, they have also got lived experience of gambling harms. And I think as a team, we are very conscious of how we don't want to absolutely don't want to cause anybody any harm when we are delivering our inspections. So that supervision and support for staff in those providers is critically important.
And can I just sort of add on that kind of the effectiveness and robustness of that? Why did that actually matter to the CQC in sort of recognising that sort of the transformation of change, in terms of your evaluation?
In terms of our role. So as part of the assessment framework, when we were co-producing the assessment framework and thinking about which we call them quality statements, so they're the kind of assessment areas that we look at. One of the there was an expert advisory group that was involved in the development of that. So when we did the baselining and then the piloting, a lot of the feedback that we got from the baseline and the piloting was about how we were capturing lived experience and how that was reflected in our evidence base. It is also why the assessment framework includes a specific requirement for providers to include and involve people with lived experience in their innovation and improvement. So it's about us trying to ensure through our assessment framework that we're giving the right tools to providers to be able to include people with lived experience and recognise the value that can bring to the services, which I think has been reflected by the assessments that we've done so far.
It's been great
so
far.
Yeah.
Right, I think we are internally done, but we can go out to any questions in the room. Alex. Yeah.
Alex from Breakeven.
Oh.
Hi, it's Alex from Breakeven. Thank you, everyone. And I also want to bring to the table about affected others. Yesterday was a hard day for me. It's anniversary of 27 years of Ian. The support's always there. My team were great yesterday. Sorry, it's typically hard this year because my father was always a key person to support me. So it's really key that we remember that even 27 years later, we still need that support. The one message, Ian doesn't know this yet, the one message I got last night was from the children thanking me for getting them and their father through it. So we really must remember it's not it's not just the gambler, sorry. I know you're not a just, but there's a family that go with the gambler. So yeah, carry on the good work.
I think you speak really, you know, that whole family support. Yeah, when we talk of actually what the scope of gambling harms is, that's exactly it. We're looking at whole families, whole communities, and the importance of it not just sitting within our sector. And actually that's what effective services are looking like on their regional platforms as well, is that we are going out, we know our communities, and we have the lived experience here that we're utilising it, so we can get, you know, particularly both me and Bianca sit here as mums and have both had that same mantra, is that, you know, we've been through our own shared experiences of gambling harms individually as we have. Neither of us want to go through it as mothers, and I think that's really critically important for the future of the education and prevention around this work as well, and why the integration of lived experience matters in that. Any other questions? Sarah?
Hi, so we've got another question from the online audience. So what opportunities do you see for the third sector and the statutory sector to work together while also incorporating the voice of lived experience?
These guys, do you want to? Yeah, I just answered the question.
Yeah, there's the third sector is incredibly has that expertise of accessing communities which would normally not access support services. So we know certain communities are underrepresented in mental health services, and third sector understand their communities, the culture, language. And it's incredibly important that the statutory services align themselves well with the third sector in order to access the individuals. And we in the NHS we hear about quite frequently about caring the community and supporting the community. People don't want to venture out, 2 miles out in the city centre or somewhere to receive support, but support within their own communities where they feel safe, trusted. So, and I believe in terms of lived experience involvement, statutory services supporting the third sector with investment, with investing, and not just expecting the third sector to do things for free, frankly, and with just minimum, but really incentivize involvement with the third sector.
I think the key word in answer to that question is trust, and it would be a missed opportunity to say we recognise that our local service, community defined services, places where people can find that relatable local support. Trust is quite low in some statutory services. People have distorted views or perspectives on the levels of care they're going to get much widely. This is the absolute vital time for the third sector in terms of, one, they have that trust, one, they have that effective service, and they have that evaluation. People, we don't want to be closing doors to people accessing help, and I think that's the most critical thing when we're talking about breaking down barriers in and around gambling harms reduction. Is there is no wrong door to access, and actually we need to create more of them, not close them down. So that would be the key thing for me.
Sorry, Nicola, just a final point. And I think, when we think about 8 to 12 sessions of talking therapy, CBT, and what happens after that, if there is no long-term recovery provision, individuals not having support post, formal treatment, then we're just putting a stick in plaster, and individuals are then, it's like a revolving door kind of situation. So it's incredibly important that the statutory sector understand the importance of long-term recovery. So even now, my own journey, I wouldn't be here sitting now unless it was underpinned by wellness, safeguarding, clinical supervision. So I think it's incredibly important that and I think we can. A lot of times we focus on the PGSI and the scores, and the scores aren't coming down, and we've got a waiting list, etc. But we need to understand that long-term recovery, that's where we need to invest, and that's where we're going to reduce the harm.
and effective prevention.
I think in some of the reports that we've published so far, we've given some examples of how the providers worked with some of the voluntary sector, but as also at the same time as working with voluntary sector in outreach organisations, have kept the person at the centre of that. So perhaps kind of a good example is somebody who didn't want to continue to engage with the gambling harms provider, but actually the provider had kind of held on to them and looked after them until they made their way out into the third sector organisation. I think that that of course is a challenge, but I suppose it talks to the power of that person-centred care. We are approaching, like I say, we're approaching about halfway through the assessment programme. So I think there's probably some opportunities as well for people to keep reading the reports that we publish as we go forward towards the end of the programme, and also the report that we will publish at the end of all the inspections, because that may also highlight some of those areas of where there might be opportunities or learning nationally. So yeah, watch this space, I'd say.
Yes, hi. As somebody with lived experience and very active in trying to promote partnerships and bids and things, and being on several bids and seeing people being awarded funding, just in terms of partnerships, can you ensure that in future that referrals are shared, that, you know, you talk about partnerships and this is really, really important, but if the actual referrals aren't shared in future, that doesn't really help, you know, combining great partners and giving a new service, you know, a starting point, and also not actually pairing them with somebody in their region in the same county, for instance, which obviously made it more difficult. And the other thing, as an observer of, you know, a recent bid, seeing that the council were not able to accept the money because it was coming, they saw GambleAware's money coming from industry, and there should be something in the guidelines in doing the bid that spells that out to them. I just feel that, you know, they're very disgruntled with the whole thing. They feel that, you know, everything was from the industry and they couldn't accept the money, and that was like 2 years wasted of, you know, planning a service. And obviously, and also the fight for referrals was just ridiculous. And I've never, you know, I spoke to Nicola myself, and she was very helpful and gave, but everything that I was given, there was a barrier to. And I just feel, you know, as a voice in lived experience, it's very important not to just be, you know, in the bid you know, I was like very valued and, you know, doing on media and doing interviews. But then once it was finished and once they got the money, I was just totally disregarded. And every week meetings were cancelled. My time was not valued. And I just want to be a voice to say this happens. And you, as a lived experience person, you put a lot of effort and energy and followed, you know, all the programs of GambleAware, you know, the building better futures and, you know, advocating minorities and things. And just to then, when you actually do it in practice.
Yeah, thanks, Fiona. I think the two key things from that are kind of going back to what Lucy said, the person-centered care, but actually the importance of those partnerships in our wider ecosystems of our local areas. And this again is about, you know, utilizing lived experience that can actually actively speak in those local systems where they know their own communities, but the importance, as you say, in terms of that wider funding, that those kind of projects are supported for the future, because we are not going to see people just suddenly knocking at our doors and coming forward. We still need to reach into them. So I think that is everything from us, but thank you very much for your time.
And thank you very much, Nicola, and a brilliant panel. I think the rounds of applause that we've heard really do illustrate the appreciation of the power of lived experience, and you don't need me to underline that any further. But what I am really struck with was Sunil's point about getting the lived experience into the boardrooms so that we are looking at a much more strategic level as to how that can drive systemic change. And I think that actually plays into the last point that was made from the audience as well. It's not just about the storytelling. So thank you very much to the panel. It's time for coffee. Please don't forget to look at the poster exhibitions, and in the garden room there is the photographic exhibition. But I do want bottoms back on seats by 11:35. We will start without you. Thank you for coming back for the next session. Hello, everyone. You have 30 seconds to get those bottoms on those seats, and then we're starting with the next panel session. Please join us. Thank you very much for rushing your coffee and your comfort break. We want to be on time at the end of this session. So thank you very much for coming back in as quickly as possible. I am now going to introduce the next panel session. We are talking in this particular session about the evolution of the gambling harms landscape. I'm going to moderate this one. So I have got 4 questions. I've got a roving mic. I will rush to you. If you are online listening to this session, don't forget you can put your questions into the Slido part of the conference site. So please do get your questions in there. And this is going to be a more question-heavy session. So let me put it like that. I am joined by Baroness Claire Gerada of Kensington, DBE. Well, it says Kensington. I wish. Kennington. Okay, of Kennington, DBE. It's a very nice area. From the Primary Care Gambling Service, by Jonathan Simmons, New Philanthropy Capital, and by Anna Hargrave, who is the transition CEO of GambleAware. I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves more fully and give us a feel for where they think the evolution of the gambling harms landscape has taken us. I'm going to start with Claire.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So I've essentially been in this field about 6-7 years. And what I've seen, the evolution is an amazing evolution. I know that I've come in it fairly late, so there probably was a long tail till we get to here. But I think we've seen a maturity around how we engage, for example, those with lived experience. I think we've seen a proliferation of really superb third sector organisations, many of whom are in this room today. And I think, and I have to be biased here, we've also seen, thanks to GambleAware and their funding, our service, which sits in the middle between third sector and primary care, so primary care gambling service. It's not my service particularly, but it's an intermediate service model. And I also think in terms of evolution, we've seen a maturity that GambleAware commissioned or asked, I'm not sure what the right word is, CQC to actually validate our services and to make us all grow up, if you like, and make us show that we're actually delivering excellent services. And thank you, CQC, for making it one of the better experiences of my life with CQC. So thank you very much. In terms of evolution, I mean, many of you know and need to know, goes to come and tell us, we're in a position of such uncertainty that, having listened to the minister this morning saying there's transparency and certainty, well, there's complete opaqueness and uncertainty. And I know that many of those in this audience are fearing for their own services. Some of you are even fearing for your jobs. And in particular, we're fearing for the services that look after some of the most deprived and vulnerable human beings that we have in our communities, those with gambling-related harms. So if I was to look at the future, I think we're in a very difficult space, and I don't think there's any way of really saying that in any other way. And I'm not sure where it's going to land, but what I am sure is that the commitment of those that I have had the honour of meeting over the last few years, as I said, many of them in this room and many of them online, with our commitment and with our drive and our passion to make things better, in particular those with lived experience, I think we will help land this somewhere that isn't as bad as it looks like it's going to land. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much, Claire. Do you think, though, that commitment can be ongoing at the pace that we need to see?
Well, I think if I've learned anything about the third sector, and I've worked with charitable organisations for decades, is that they have the drive, the commitment, the grassroots passion that I don't have. And I've heard some lady talk about funding earlier. They're the ones that walk the walk, that go into places that none of us want to work. So that passion will continue, but you need money. And if the money is going to be dissipated into what we know doesn't work, I'm not going to say, we can talk about it later, then there will be less money to give to what we know does work. Now, third sector cannot do this alone, because you need treatment services, you need places to, you need research, some fabulous research organisations, including Bristol. We need that infrastructure. But at the moment, I think that the passion will stay, but you need money with passion.
Thank you very much for that. Jonathan Simmons from New Philanthropy Capital, you can tell us more, but I also know that you are writing a legacy report. So without giving away all the secrets of that report, you might want to say something about what you think the legacy is.
I'm getting briefed in my ear. So first of all, thank you. Thank you, Anna, for inviting us. I'm definitely an outsider in this room. I definitely know the least, or certainly did before we started writing the report about this.
Jonathan, there's no such a thing as an outsider. You're now an insider.
I am now. I was.
You're
now
anchored to us forever.
Thank you. So New Philanthropy Capital, for those of you that have not come across it, it's a mouthful, but ostensibly looks at impact across sectors or charities or organisations independently. We're a charity, so we can come in and have a look at what's happened or why it's happened, and often compare. And GambleAware asked us to come and write this legacy report, which I have read. So it is, but it is with them, and we will go backwards and forwards, and then we're publishing it next year. I think before I get into that, just you talk about landscape, and maybe personally as a parent. So when I was young, gambling was a taboo. And today, when I talk to my teenage children, it is not. And so I think that's quite interesting, because pornography is a taboo. Alcohol is definitely a conversation that they don't want to have. But gambling just is present. Like there is no stigma for them. So I don't know whether that's who to credit that with, although in the report we talk about, moving it and into a public health issue rather than a kind of other issue. And I think that's really important. But I just think that's a real note, and one that an outsider can make. A couple of other things I think that have come out is that real narrative change. It's quite clear that it has been established as a gambling harms as a public health issue, and that is important, and that's why I think as a parent I can have that view, and that has changed the conversation. It's also moved the conversation, and again, clearly I can be aware of that, of treatment being the only thing we need to talk about. It's much more holistic. There's many more areas that we need to talk about. It's clear, and we talk about in the report, how we have laid the foundation, or how GambleAware has laid the foundations for something to continue, whether that be strategic or the structure. We point to a lot of long-term funding, and you mentioned funding, but the ability to give funding over many years to give birth to the organisations that you're talking about. So that one's clear. And finally, the lived experience has been placed at the centre of the gambling harm sector and that movement. And I can say, looking across other sectors who talk about it but don't do it quite as well as you can see happening here. So I think that's something that you should also be proud of. Yeah.
Jonathan, can you just put a bit more flesh on the bones? When you say gambling is present, it's no longer taboo. What do you mean by that?
Well, I think that I'll talk about the report first, but because we talk about it as a public health issue, it gives you a permission to talk about it without necessarily blaming the people who are caught up in that. So whether that be somebody who is gambling themselves or trying to get out of that, or their families or something, there doesn't feel, once you bring it up to that level, it feels like a conversation. And actually, we were just talking about how the fact that I'll be very open, he probably won't be listening to this, that my son had ran up a bill whilst also playing gaming. So that's gambling, right? We didn't have to have a conversation where he felt like he'd done something wrong or a victim, because we were able to talk about the societal issue that led to that. Whereas if I tried to have the same conversation with him about pornography, he would feel like I was absolutely blaming him for something. So I don't know if that's what you meant, but that's certainly how I see it.
But it is very interesting. Anna, you're caught up in the middle of all of this, in the turmoil and the maelstrom and so on. What do you think about the evolution that you've been involved in, and particularly laterally?
Yeah, so I've been at GambleAware for 4 years. Can't quite believe it's that long. And obviously today's a point of reflection on the previous conferences. And I was really struck this morning by this morning's sessions, particularly the lived experience one and the one that Ruth led, is that actually 4 years ago, we were just not having those conversations. It was a very different conference. And so if I was to look at what I think the key changes have been over the last few years since I've been involved, is one is that shift to a public health model. And I think it's really easy for organisations to talk about a public health approach. But actually, I think we have really kind of walked the talk. Inequalities has become a key design point for the services we commission. Through the NGSN, we've got those locally responsive services that are meeting the needs of local populations. And it's all the stigma reduction, the behaviour change campaigns and so on that have led to that. And of course, with the NGSN, we have designed a national system. It's nationally coordinated, which we've been able to really drive through the standards. We've got consistency. CQC work is a really good example of that. But actually, they're locally responsive. And, sessions later this morning will talk about how those organisations are really working within their local communities to deliver support, but also drive awareness and get support to people earlier. And then I think finally, it's that whole piece around evidence, system learning, and critical to that is the lived experience voice. And one of the key changes we've made is how we've taken our research, then being able to undertake innovation projects to test how we address problems in real life to actually enhance the learning. And yesterday was our last lived experience council, so we all took a moment to reflect. And one of the key bits, which I think is absolutely fundamental to how lived experience should be working and we've evolved to, is that on both sides of the table, we were saying this is a team effort. We all bring our collective expertise, and I think Sahel was talking about lived experience is a discipline, and it's how you come together as a team. And so from a GambleAware perspective, the shift to that has been absolutely phenomenal.
And of course, the scale of this has been quite phenomenal, because GambleAware was one of the first organisations to step into this role and address gambling harms at a national level. And I remember when I first joined, we didn't talk about gambling harms. We talked about gambling. We didn't actually attribute harms. We didn't actually recognise in the same way as we do now. So the scale of that movement is huge. Do you want to pick up on that? Questions from the audience, please. Keep talking, Anna. Questions from the audience.
I think there's a question there.
Okay. Go on, Anna.
So in terms of, obviously the scale, is absolutely phenomenal. And I think you only look over the last 2 years since the NGSN started, the fact that we've supported 110,000 people just is testament to the level of support there. And that's about people coming earlier. And that's also what we've seen over this period, is that people are coming at an earlier stage of harm, which is so important in terms of reducing impact on them, their families and society as a whole, and really giving them that that chance of, you know, a better recovery in the long term. So, you know, we know the need is out there, and we know that there are still groups that, you know, we need to design services specifically for. And I think that's what we've learned through our innovation funding, is that we have to take the learning, we have to take the lived experience of different communities and design services that meet their needs in order to reduce the barriers for them coming forward.
Hiya, I'm Robbie Thornell, I'm Ops Director at ARA. This is a question for Claire, really. I've always thought the primary care gambling service was a great example of how the NHS and third sector can work together. How much do you feel you've been able to input that success and how it's worked into the future commissioning arrangements?
Well, I could be honest or dishonest. Listen, those of you who don't know my service, and it is my service, I have got a conflict of interest, but what it does, which is what I think the NHS should do anyway, which is to basically design services fit for the future, fit for now. So not having primary care, send a letter of referral to a hospital, wait 18 months, etc., but have something that sits in the middle. And I think we're unique in that we sit in the middle facing the third sector. I have tried and tried and tried and tried to bang on the doors of those in authority and power and those who have commissioning responsibilities to at least come and witness what we do, because they think that they know what we do, but they have no idea. And whether it's that they're blindsided to the fact that that most of them have been brought up in a system that is very traditional, i.e. hospital, consultant-led, specialist-led, very hierarchical. I mean, we're sort of hierarchical. You have to have a hierarchy of sorts, but you know what I mean. I've been unable to break this, but I promise you that I will do my best over the next few weeks, the next few months, to make sure that we don't lose what we have gained over the last 5 years. I promise you, and many of you know, I'm already looking at drafting a joint letter from some of the big organisations, some of the small ones as well, but in order to say that what's going on at the moment, and I know this is probably being taped and probably being online, is more destructive than the 2012 NHS Act. What is being done to the 110,000 clients, patients, who are not sure where they're going to go now. I mean, they'll go to you anyway, but if you're going to be losing your funding or have uncertainty. So I promise you I will continue to fight this battle.
And I promise you, she's already on the case. There is a question. There's a question online, Sarah.
So we can't hear you.
We can't hear you. No.
I think you said, where do you think the focus is going? Needs to be next. No.
If you shout, I can then.
Yeah.
Right, shout and I will translate.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
There you go. Where do you think the focus needs to turn next in terms of building the evidence base?
Okay, who's going to go for that one?
I don't mind. Do you want to?
You go first.
Well, okay. I mean, there's lots of ways that we need to build the evidence base. I think that we need to start with a prevalence study, absolutely a prevalence study. I think the other thing, in terms of somebody who's worked in this area, we need to start, maybe some of you will disagree with me, but I think we need to start separating out online gambling, stroke gaming, with face-to-face hospitality. I think these, as somebody that's come into this new, I think these are two completely different entities. It's like saying fentanyl and crack cocaine versus taking a coproximol, you know, in terms of the medical. So in terms of research, I think we need prevalence, and I think we need to be separating out these two, because we talk about gambling that includes going to Ascot, and all of you have gone to Ascot, of course, in the last few weeks. But you know what I mean, going to the races, which is largely a hospitality industry, versus gambling online, which is every 3 seconds. So.
Actually, I mean, I know, as I said, I'm an outsider, but that makes complete sense, and I would even fragment it more, right? I think it's not very easy to, evidence bases can be used for services, but it can also be used for consumers, right? And to talk and tell stories to consumers, and it's very easy to go, well, that's not me. So I think the ability to, you know, if you go to Ascot, then you're not the person. So I think fragmentation makes a lot of sense.
Anna, anything to add?
No, I think we've got lots of evidence already, whether that be in relation to online marketing, what works for certain populations. And I think what I would want to see is that is acted on kind of in the short term. I think it's very easy to say we need more evidence, but actually the issue is real. We've got evidence. And we also know from our experience at GambleAware is that sometimes you just need to go and do things, and actually you can't have all the perfect evidence because it needs to interact with real life. And so it's about actually taking the evidence, testing it in communities and seeing what works and moving forward. Waiting perfection will just delay us.
You've just answered my next question, so I'll move on. I did see a hand somewhere, so please keep your hand up. Okay, here and then there.
Hi, I'm Ian from Breakeven. We're a treatment provider, probably been around even before the days of GambleAware. It's lovely to see Mark Etches there in the corner. I think it shows me how old I am, how long we've really been in it. So the first thing I want to say is, under the stewardship of GambleAware, especially over the last 4 years, we have nearly doubled in everything we do, in people we reach, in our engagement, in absolutely everything. So it's a massive thank you from all the way down from Mark to Zoe to Anna, and thank you for allowing us to do that. My question may or may not have been answered, maybe more directed at Claire than anyone else, is I'm really getting the feeling we speak to so many people intermittently. We're very aware we want to speak to more people. We want to make sure we're still in this space. I've really got a feeling again, we're creating a ground zero where all the evidence and everything we've done, every single time I've been involved with, before GambleAware, with GamCare, with RGF, whatever it was called, all those places I've been involved with. Every time we move on to the next step, the evidence we've got, the data we have produced always gets disputed. And yet again, I'm hearing that all we've done, break even over 22 odd years, is going to be negated and not even looked at. What is your opinion on that?
Well, you know that I disagree. I again, coming into this new, it's quite good because you're not laboured with any of the prejudice. I mean, everybody caveating, even today, GambleAware money is tainted by industry. Well, it's not. It's a properly governed charity with proper board of trustees, a proper chief executive and governance. It's no different from, as far as I'm concerned, from the tobacco industry giving money through taxation to the government. Yet every time we're on calls, even today, it's been, well, we can't touch this because it's GambleAware. And I think this has been used as a smokescreen. I think it's been used as a smokescreen to disguise the fact that the vast majority of work and evidence has been done by and through GambleAware. And what I find extraordinary, any of you that were up in Scotland the other week at their commissioning procurement event, they told us again we weren't allowed to apply or have any gambling industry money post-April. But we could go for lottery funding. Now, I know the difference in law, but I'm thinking, so how can my split brain think a lottery is okay, but online bingo is completely different? And of course, it's pragmatic for them because many lotteries prop up a lot of organisations in hospitals. But this is the hypocrisy that I wish ministers would listen to, because what's happened is exactly what you've said. We're not allowed to use, we're on the NICE guidelines. Yet, of course, a lot of the research was done with, a lot of the suicide research has been done, funded, thank you very much, through GambleAware. So it's a nonsense. I probably will no longer be a baroness anymore.
I think it's quite hard to take it away from you.
I think it is. He's just said it's a life period.
There's not a lot they can do.
Hi. So just some reflections. Sorry, Stephen. Just some reflections really from the earlier panelist early on. So thank you, special thank you to Bianca for sharing. I think in terms of what Martin Jones mentioned about that pessimism that he had, I spoke to him on the break and I said, I hope that's probably, / cautious optimism. What Bianca shared was very powerful to me. What Darren shared and other members of the panel shared was, was really powerful. And I think, they are the hope in terms of what Darren spoke of. I also want to touch up on, what the NHS primary care gambling service have been doing for the past 6 years. It's been really great and inspiring, really. And I also want to give a mention to the Royal College of GPs. I want to talk about their lived experience kind of involvement in terms of trying to get lived experience involved when it comes to the decision making. That's something that they've been actually doing for the past, couple of years. And I think that's really important. but it's a question more directed, I think, at Baroness Gerarda, really. So, as you know, the landscape is changing, and you know the commissioning model is changing, and it seems as if NHS is going to take the lead role when it comes to prevention and treatment. What opportunities do you think there'll be out there created for people with lived experience to perhaps enhance their personal development and perhaps gain the credentials that they may need in the future to have the credibility to continue delivering that support and treatment that others need?
I mean, I hope that the NHS gambling services will include lived experience, just as everybody else has. I hope they do. I don't know whether NHS addiction services do. I don't know whether they have bodies within there. I mean, mental health trusts do involve those with lived experience, so I hope they will. But I'm not 100% sure it will be as involved as is currently the case. I don't know. I'm looking at Emma. I mean, can you answer that? You need a microphone.
Can we get a microphone to Emma, please?
I mean, can I just put a shout out to Emma, Sharon, and Annabelle, because they've been with primary care gambling services.
Yeah.
And if you ever want to work with a formidable team, work with these three ladies. None of you are poaching them, but they're fabulous.
She's trying to keep us. So I think in terms of lived experience, from our experience and my experience working with the Royal College, is that it's absolutely been the way I've been able to engage GPs. So on the previous panels, when we're talking about getting people to have the right conversations, that's important. But if they're talking to healthcare professionals or people in the justice system or people in education that don't know what to do with that information, then we're not going to move on. So that's the first thing. In terms of the NHS, I think you've given me the microphone to say this. I mean, of course, we have Owen Bailey, who works as peer support in the NHS CNWL clinic. But other than that, I'm not really knowledgeable about anyone else. So I don't think it is as widespread as us engaging with them in the primary care gambling service. I'm going to stop now, apart from to say they've been absolutely essential in the development of everything in the primary care gambling service. We employ people who are at the table, who make decisions for us, who evaluate our stuff. And so they really are with us, and the Royal College will continue to engage if we get funding, which, we wait to see with lived experience and develop that programme further with them. So thank you to all of you in the room for your stories and for your expertise. Thank you.
And thank you. Jonathan or Anna want to add anything before I go to the next question?
I'm just going to, because it really slightly upsets me to hear this idea, and I knew this, that GambleAware evidence is not listened to because and I just want to kind of support what Claire was saying, that it is so clearly a proper organisation and charity from when we, and I think therefore it's really important that the stories that you recognise the power of the people in this room to tell that story and to keep that conversation, because that's how it happens. And I think if people don't stand up and say this evidence was good, this work was good, this structure was good, the things that happened were good, then it will disappear. So I kind of shout out to people in this room and others to say, actually, there is a story to be told here, and just keep telling it, because I think that will combat a little bit what you were saying. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Anna earlier and Liz herself mentioned the fact that if you went 4 years ago, this was an entirely different conversation, a different conference. The concept of gambling harms wasn't really involved. Anna said that it's changed now. We're now taking a public health approach. But the question I really have for the panel is, in the same year, the same world in which Gráinne Hurst from the BGC can sit in front of a select committee and say that gambling causes no social harms, if GambleAware are going, where's the counter messaging going to come from? Who is going to be the leadership for public health? Who is going to be out there? Who's going to be doing the stigma campaigns? Who is going to be putting gambling harms in front of the person sitting at home in front of the television? Because it seems to me there's nobody there to do it. If you take in England, for instance, the Public Health England doesn't exist. So where is leadership? I think the public health leadership seems to be too devolved down to local authority level, and there doesn't seem to be anything in national leadership. So I was just wondering who do you believe will take over the role of championing the public health approach against gambling harms?
Well, there's
that's a good question there, Mark. So, I think ultimately, it needs to be led across those three new commissioners, and DCMS need to be kind of championing the continuation of the approach led. And clearly OHID and the organisations in Scotland and Wales have got a job to do at that kind of national level about continuing to drive behaviour change, whether that be on campaigns, working with DCMS to think about things like online marketing and so on, and producing the evidence and feeding it in. But I do actually think there is a role for the local level, because actually gambling harms, as we've heard today, doesn't happen in isolation often in people's lives. And there is something about how does that fit in with how like the local authority is tackling those wider determinants, building resilience in the community, offering support. So actually, I would say that I would like to see more leadership at a local level, because I think that is where the action will happen. They are close to the people, they understand the needs, they've got different levers available to them. So actually, I think there needs to be a small element that's held at a national level, but I do think both from treatment and prevention, it should be driven by those local systems.
Thank you. I'm going to take one more question online, and then we're going to wrap up.
So as a commissioner, GambleAware has been willing to go where the evidence has been thin, or in some cases non-existent. And how important has that been?
I think it's been really important, because as I said before, if you wait for the evidence to sometimes be there, that you wouldn't do anything. And so if we had not been prepared to do things like the Community Resilience Fund, we had those organisations here today that would have never entered this space if we had been waiting for the evidence. And what a fantastic impact they've had. And we've learned so much and created evidence. So, I think it's doing it in a way that allows learning and the innovation and trust. And there's many of those projects that didn't make it to this point, and having those structures in place to support that. But you absolutely, when the evidence is not there, you have to create the mechanisms to create the evidence and create learning.
Jonathan, as the newest insider, what's your view on how we have got to where we've got to, despite not having evidence at some points?
No, well, because I understand I'm going to change the question. What strikes me is that I would urge you to have a look at what's going on in the social media movement, or the people who are raising the alarm bells around social media, because that is coming from a very grassroots, third sector place, often led by parents who feel. So one of the changes, and it's kind of the two sides of the coin, is that you can have a voice by being quite a small group of people because of the platforms that exist. So it seems to me, and what we've seen through the work we've done with GambleAware, there are a lot of organisations that have a story to tell and could make. So whilst GambleAware may not be there, I think there are others, and I think to look at the social media industry, or the kind of fight against social media, typical this week because Australia have kind of banned it, that came from individuals and small people. There was no GambleAware kind of organisation. I'm not suggesting that's okay. We still want that kind of thing, but yes, I'd have a look at that industry.
But it does mean that you're then at risk of the minority voice driving something that may not be evidence-based. That becomes very. I agree with you. Use social media, but actually, it's quite it can be very dangerous because you end up with lone voices changing things quite dramatically with no evidence. I'll give you an example. It's not a bad example, but the Ministry of Defence and screening for mental illness. A lot of people will say you should screen for mental illness as you go into university, because somebody might have had an episode of depression, or somebody might have lost somebody through suicide. well, actually, there's very bad evidence for it. In fact, it's the opposite of evidence. It does a lot of harm. But if you have the lone voice gathering the sort of momentum through social media, you can end up with having a poor policy.
Without question, which is why I think it's useful for me that you didn't take the example from kind of social media. I think there are different areas where you're exactly right, and we can just look in kind of nutrition and health. Another example where lone voices have become really, really
the menopause.
Yeah, of course. But I think there is another point where if you start from an expert, I actually wasn't talking about where you come in with no evidence, but if you start from a position of 25 years experience, or then you can garner an audience to speak for you.
Yeah. Okay. Final question, and you've got about 30 seconds each. We've had an evolution. We've built the evidence. We've heard and listened to the lived experience. We've had an evolution. Should we have had a revolution?
Well, revolutions can be destructive. I mean, look at the French Revolution. So no.
Might have got us here quicker is the point.
It still hasn't finished, which is a bit of a problem.
They chopped the heads off baronesses.
I've only been a baroness for 2 weeks, so I'd escape.
Okay, very quickly. Anna?
No, because as Claire said, there is a risk that you would lose so much, and the foundations aren't there. And could we have moved faster? And over the last couple of years, I think we've lost a bit of pace, but we have still been moving, and we've built firm foundations in that period.
And Jonathan, from your look in,
yeah, I think evolution seems to be working. I get where there's a real problem, but like actually, what we've seen is that the real achievements have been made over. Someone said on the way in, we seem to be having the same conversations that we were having 10 years ago. That may be true in this room, but I don't think you are in the same place that you were 10 years ago, personally.
No, nor do I, for what it's worth. Thank you to my magnificent panel. Thank you very much indeed. Oops. Thank you. Okay, I am going to introduce our next speaker, and our next speaker is Joe Robertson MP, and Joe is the MP for the Isle of Wight East since 2024. He is Parliamentary Private Secretary at the Culture, Media and Sport team, the Shadow team, and he is also, I think I'm right in saying, a member of the Commons Health and Social Care Committee. So, Joe, very, very welcome. Thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Well, thank you very much indeed. It's a genuine pleasure to be in a room with so many individuals, organisations and stakeholders who spend every day working in the gambling sphere, from regulation, education, treatment. We know that the challenges of modern day gambling demands expertise and thoughtful engagement. So I'm very pleased to be here. Thank you. There's no doubt that the gambling landscape has changed significantly over recent decades. The Gambling Act in 2005 modernised the sector and reflected the technologies of its time. Gambling became quicker, easier and more accessible, as we all know. But as with many changes driven by innovation, there have been unintended consequences. When things go wrong today, they can go wrong very, very quickly. Losses that take place in person in an arcade or a gambling forum can now take place in seconds in your own bedroom, on the bus, in private spaces, sometimes with just a few swipes of a screen. All of us in this room understand how damaging gambling harm can be to mental well-being, to relationships, to financial security, and in some cases, it can take people's lives. That's why the work done by GambleAware is so important. I want to pay particular tribute to GambleAware's leadership in tackling stigma around gambling harms, helping people understand that asking for support is not a sign of weakness, but a step towards recovery. Giving members of the public the confidence to come forward early can prevent harm from escalating, and that's one of the most powerful tools we have. There is, however, a misconception that can sometimes shape much of the public debate, that gambling itself should be treated inherently as a public health issue in the same way that smoking or alcohol is. Now, I want to be very clear, I sit on the Health and Social Care Committee, and we recently conducted an inquiry into gambling-related harms. That inquiry examined issues such as financial distress, debt, mental health impacts, and the effect on families. And some of that evidence we heard was very hard-hitting. But we also heard evidence that recognized that gambling itself does not have to be inherently harmful. Harm arises for a minority of individuals, but far too many, often linked to vulnerability, life circumstances, mental health challenges, or periods of crisis. But millions of people in this country also gamble safely, responsibly, and enjoyably. For them, gambling is a leisure activity. That distinction matters, and we must be careful not to lose it. But where harm does occur, as we've seen, the consequences can be particularly severe. And that's why we undertook serious work on the gambling white paper, and the industry took the white paper seriously. Over the last 3 years, operators have implemented more than 60 separate measures, ranging from enhanced affordability checks and improved data sharing to stronger protections for young people and those at risk. This is not an industry wholesale resisting reform. There is engagement with it. Now, one of the most significant reforms introduced this year was the statutory levy. Operators have now made their first mandatory payments under the new system, totaling more than 100 million. That's a substantial contribution. And yet, months after its introduction, there remains a fundamental problem. There is still no clarity about how charities delivering frontline treatment, education, and prevention services can actually access that funding. This uncertainty helps no one. It creates instability for charities. It undermines confidence for operators. And most importantly, it risks disruption for people who rely on these services during moments of real, genuine vulnerability. To date, only UK Research and Innovation has published basic guidance. Organisations that will promise long-term certainty have no idea how, when, or even if they will be able to bid for levy funds to continue their vital work. Frontline charities supporting people suffering from gambling harms tell us that they cannot plan ahead, cannot recruit, or even retain staff, and in some cases cannot continue services at all because the system remains so unclear. I want to take a moment to recognise the organisations who work with GambleAware that continue to deliver outstanding work despite uncertainty. Gordon Moody provides specialist residential treatment for people experiencing severe gambling harm, often when no other option is left. GamCare has for decades been a cornerstone of the support system in this country, offering free advice, counselling, and vital helpline services. Bet No More UK does invaluable work in education, lived experience, engagement, and early intervention, helping people understand the risk before harm takes hold. These organisations have built expertise and trust over many years. They should not be left wondering whether funding arrangements will allow them to continue their work because a system introduced by the government is not yet functioning properly. Before we consider additional reforms, we should ensure that the system in place is already working. Wearing my Health Select Committee hat, I also want to acknowledge the critical role played by the NHS. Gambling treatment clinics are available across England, offering specialist support from psychiatrists, psychologists, and multidisciplinary teams. These services support individuals as well as families and friends affected by gambling-related harms. But no provision from the NHS works best unless it's integrated with prevention, education, and crucially, community-based support, much of which is delivered by the voluntary sector. However, budgetary outcomes from the government's budget has increased financial pressures on charities' ability to operate. There are always two sides to the taxation argument, taxation and regulation on the sector. It's concerning when there is a risk of unintended consequences, forcing individuals into an unregulated black market. A black market where there are no safeguards, no affordability checks, and no protection for consumers, and no duty of care. When consumers are pushed into that space, harm does not decrease, it only increases. Protecting consumers means keeping them in the regulated domestic market if they choose to gamble. Operators are able to identify markers for harm and adhere to strict advertising rules. However, overtaxation does risk operators ceasing to continue and does at least run the risk of pushing people into black market operators. The combination of raising taxes and funding uncertainty has put operators and charities into further instability, introducing new burdens at a time when the existing framework is still incomplete. Now, let me be clear, this is not about opposing government for the sake of it. It's about genuine scrutiny, evidence, and outcomes. What we need, just as my party recognised in government, is a better understanding of gambling behaviours and harms, and policies that reflect that complexity. Not all gambling is harmful, but gambling-related harm is a serious issue that requires targeted intervention. If we want a system that genuinely protects the vulnerable while respecting consumer choice, then funding mechanisms must work, regulation must be proportionate and must work, and ideology must never override evidence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On two counts, Joe, thank you for recognising the challenges that the sector faces as represented by the people in this room. And thank you for picking up the baton at the very last minute and such short notice. Thank you very much to Joe Robertson, MP. So let us move on to panel discussion number 4. National Gambling Support Network. We have the spotlight on that, and the chair is Neil Platt. And Neil is Clinical Director of the Beacon Counselling Trust, one of the founding organisations of the National Gambling Support Network. I leave you to introduce your panel.
Excuse me. Thanks, Liz. And thanks for the intro. As Liz said, my name is Neil Platt, and I am the Clinical Director of the Beacon Counselling Trust, and we're the largest regional provider of services within the National Gambling Support Network. It's my pleasure to chair this spotlight session thematically titled Ahead of the Curve. So let me begin by giving some context to this theme. Let me provide a backdrop. The government's 10-year plan for the NHS and concurrently its men's mental health strategy may have recently been made public. However, the NGSN, in particular the Beacon Counselling Trust, and its partner agencies have long been delivering the kind of services that these models aspire to. In particular, the 10-year plan for the NHS reinforces the government's drive to shift healthcare from hospital and acute interventions to as early an intervention as possible within the community, whilst at the same time improving the quality of care. With the primary direction of travel within the plan to work consistently in patients' best interest with early community-based healthcare, whilst at the same time reducing reactive public service costs. A winner for those in need and state alike. So how are we delivering services that are in fact ahead of this curve? And how is our forward thinking developed to a point at which the Beacon will lead community-based interventions and partner-delivered services that will engage with over 40,000 people this year? Well, we've achieved this not by trying to do this ourselves, but by effecting a skills and knowledge transfer to local systems to do this. Systems such as health and social care, criminal justice, housing, workplace, and armed forces, to name but a few. Those at the epicenter of our communities to deliver early, local, and timely interventions. And for the next 30 or so minutes, I'll be spotlighting this landscape changing piece of work, which is very much at the heart of the theme of today's conference. Shortly, it'll be my pleasure to be exploring with key representatives from and within those mobilised systems, along with those who have helped shape that mobilisation framework. Just how the model works, its challenges and its successes, which, if supported by the new levy framework, could engage nationally with over 500,000 contacts per year. So let's explore with our panel and let's shine that spotlight on this landscape changing piece of work. So my first question for the panel is, how have we constructed that framework? How is the structure developed and what does it look like? Can I start off with Ian, who has massively contributed to this piece of work and contributed to the architecture and design of this piece of work with me at Beacon?
Thanks, Neil. Yeah, for those that don't know me, my name's Ian Whiteside, obviously from Beacon. I have a long-winded title, the Early Intervention and Education Programme Manager, but actually that is my job description, and I'm fortunate to deliver the work I do at Beacon with a very committed and passionate team, much of which have lived experience. And from the outset of the work I've been doing with Beacon, certainly I joined Beacon 2 weeks after Boris had said you need to stay in the house. So I spent the first 3 months at home, working from home, looking at the work around young people. But as as my roles evolved with that Beacon, very much, and from my background working in the statutory sector for over 20 years, was at the core of it was to understand our local communities and work with these local systems, understand their own priorities, their own language. So I guess the key things that we've done to implement the work that we've done and why we've been successful is to develop what we call the 10-point plan. And there's some cornerstones that are featured very much within that framework. One of the first one is awareness raising and the importance of education and training. So our flagship training, Bet You Can Help, whether that's the 90 minutes or a full day program, which is accredited, has served our community so well to apply that knowledge transfer to help those practitioners understand what is it from their perspective and in their roles they can do to identify people as soon as possible should they need assistance around gambling issues. That's not the only thing. One of the key initiatives that we've got, so that training looks at particular vulnerable groups, Neil's mentioned them, but probably one of the big game changers I recognised very early on when I joined Beacon was the workplace charter. I say that because working with a local authority, I was involved in policy development around drugs and alcohol, and yet there was no policy for gambling harms. And still to this day, if you look across a lot of different organisations, very few of them will have a gambling harms policy. So this work is about not just about us working together with our partners and stakeholders. It's about encouraging them to do the work too, because it is their work. They develop their own policies and they can apply those principles to support not just their workforce, but their communities, because that transfers across for practitioners in their own roles. Mapping services, developing effective pathways into treatment and support, looking at developing campaigns, and we see evidence of that with the work we've done, and we're grateful to GambleAware for being able to achieve lots of the things that we've done. But it's very much about putting the emphasis at place, thinking about strategically, in terms of ICBs and what have you, and a place-based approach. That's really what we've tried to do. So across, whether it's local authorities and public health teams, whether it's criminal justice sector, education, importantly, and I say that as a youth worker, and my first discipline is youth work. And I often, although I work for Beacon Counselling Trust as an employer, Neil being my boss, I often say it's the young people and it's the service users really who are my boss. And for me, everything that we do at Beacon through this integrated approach has been effective, so much more so now that with the 10-point plan initiative and working with NGSM partners, we've been able to cascade this work across the UK with people who are present here today. Probably let someone else talk now, Neil.
Thanks, Ian. So you've outlined the general framework and 10-point plan, which converts in many different ways. It's quite a simple process, really, for local authorities and other organisations to follow. But my next question really is about how easy has that framework or engaging plan been to implement and incorporate within a public health approach? I think that's probably one of the fundamental questions here. So I wonder if I could move over to you, Colin, as our public health expert on the panel. Could I call on your insight and experience here? What does effective mobilisation look like in your locality? And in your opinion, how are we ahead of the curve?
Well, first, I start by saying I loosely use the term expert because I'm by no means that, but I suppose the experiences I've had and just a better background about myself is spent 17 years working in drug and alcohol services. So all the things you've heard this morning around stigma, around lived experience, about that switch from NHS to community-led drug services, we've been on that journey. Some incredible learning, some incredible errors, but that's what this journey is all about, isn't it? This is about learning around what's happened and what it holds in the future. And I think that experience has allowed me to, I suppose in some ways, working in a local authority, show my own vulnerabilities and understanding around this, because I think that's where we are as public health teams. It's almost been like a bit of a hot potato when it came through to us. Who wants gambling? Who wants gambling related harms? Where does it sit? The reality is it sits across every domain in public health, because everything in public health is determined by the wider determinants around employability, around housing, all them social challenges. The framework's been really helpful. I've been lucky to sit firsthand within the drug and alcohol services with people, shed a tear, celebrated success, understand that treatment and recovery go hand in hand. But when I came into public health, I've now sat across 2 public health teams. So I've been very privileged to have that exposure and work alongside Beacon Council and Trust. And what it allowed us to do is it allowed us to, first of all, reflect where are we as a public health team? Where does this sit within the public health domain? You know, where are our assets? And the reality is our assets are our communities and our neighbourhoods and our voluntary community sector. And, you know, probably a little bit of bias from myself because I've spent 17 years working within that environment. So I've kind of come to the other side, or some like to call it the dark side. But that learning has enabled me to, I think, help influence how we do things as a public health team, have them challenges with directors of public health and the systems to say, look, we need to do something different here. There's harm amongst our communities, amongst our populations, and not just about individuals, the families as well. And the plan and working alongside Beacon is it's allowed us to, first of all, formulate a local forum. One of the first things we did was embedded a local forum, bring together the partners, because we're all on this journey together to see where is it, what does it look like. And it was challenging to do that because that was around bringing housing together, bringing our treatment providers, our recovery services, adult social care, bringing everybody to the table, and then trying to embed that into our services. Because you look at the 10-point plan, training is great, but embedding that into assessments and getting people to ask the question has always been the big challenge. You know, and we were proud to be able to kind of have a drug and alcohol service, which always helps when you commission them services, doesn't it? To get them to start asking the questions. And what we found was quite frightening around some of the journeys that people were on. And when you started to ask the question, and it's been highlighted this morning, you start to hear some of the answers, and you then know you need to do things differently. But working alongside Beacon and that wider partnership has allowed us to make sure that we can get in place effective awareness raising around that health promotion. And I think it's important the places where we hit that health promotion, where are the places people are accessing. You've mentioned about the men's health strategy, Neil, and it's great to see gambling-related harms noted in that. Certainly one of the approaches we are taking in Wigan is hitting them non-traditional places of health where people and men are accessing help. Barbershops, coffee houses, pubs, clubs, gyms, them places where that connectivity and that trust with people to have them conversations, and it's how we educate them to have them conversations with people. So that's been the approach we're taking. I think when I look at Wigan, there's a couple of things I've wrote down here about Wigan, because we are a public health team at the moment that is on an upward curve, because we are moving very much from crisis to prevention. We are investing in our voluntary and community sector as a place of, they are our places of well-being. And with two key mission points that I'd like to raise, and one is about creating fair opportunities for children, families, and our residences and businesses. But the other is making all of our towns flourish for the people that work and live in them. And by seeing the people and seeing the places, we are able to connect. Because the reality is, coming from a local authority, there is probably a mistrust of how we do things. And we've got to be able to leave ourselves vulnerable, open ourselves up to work alongside the voluntary community sector. And I think working with Neil, the team, and that why the partnership has allowed us to embed some of this learning. What I've had from the drug and alcohol service as well, it's about getting to people at the right time and hitting them on them touch points. So there's a lot for us still to learn, if I'm honest with you, Neil, a lot for us to learn. But I think for public health, I know there'll be public health teams up and down the country thinking, where does this go? Where does it land? The reality is it's in the right place. I've stood on numerous platforms with yourself and called out directors of public health saying, where are you? We should be here talking about this. This is an opportunity to change things and move things forward. We have so many assets, but it's about recognising that our assets are amongst our communities, amongst our neighbourhoods and those people. And I would say to them, public health teams and that wider audience, go and talk to your drug and alcohol services. They've been on this journey. They've seen a reinvestment. And I say reinvestment because it was money that was taken out and has been put back in. They've had to take them challenges. And whilst it's welcoming that OHID and that wider network are going to invest in gambling-related harms, it also comes with a warning for myself. This isn't about numbers in treatment. Let's not make that mistake. This is about the journey. There's treatment and then the journey afterwards as well. We can't go about quantitative. This is about qualitative. Let's learn. But more importantly, this is about a journey, of a lifetime journey for an individual and a family and a community. So lots to learn. But I'm an optimist. Well, I have to be. I'm an Evertonian. So if there's never an optimist, then now, well, I don't know what one looks like. But I think we've called out for in public health, and I think we welcome that challenge. And certainly in Wigan we do, because I think when you talk about being ahead of the curve, the phrase I use is we're in this together, and that's very much what we are doing. We've commissioned an anchor organisation to drive forward that voluntary community sector, to being able to invest in them, to upskill them, but more importantly for us to learn from them as well. So it's with pleasure like we take this opportunity to move forward.
Thanks, Colin. You want to show the video?
Well, I'd love to, yeah. So we did a video. I say co-produced, we're the core bit. The produced bit was around, you know, we're very lucky in our borough, and when I previously worked in Blackburn with Darwin, to have good buy-in from influential people within the council and in public health. But in Wigan, we have something in the Greater Manchester called the Month of Hope. It's a month of raising awareness around suicide and suicide awareness and all the things that can contribute to that. And we really wanted to highlight the fact that gambling-related harms is an issue amongst our communities. We were the first council in the country to sign the Workplace Charter, which makes sense when 78% of our staff are Wigan residents. So it's quite rightly we look after our own. But we produced this video which highlights the power of lived experience, vulnerabilities, learning, but also showcasing and telling people that conversations can be had and there is help and support available to you.
Thank you.
Without being too dramatic, you know, you guys saved my life. So, and you know, never forget a reaching forward for the leaflet and, you know, going, well, has it got anything to do with gambling? Just that simple question, because I think I was just waiting to share it with somebody, because I kept it hidden for 10 years. None of my close friends knew about it. None of my family knew about it. So I kept all this to myself, and it was such a burden, and it was just being able to share it with somebody and to open up. And then when she put me in touch with Beacon Counselling and got to speak to Neil, and he gave me hope that actually there might be something that, you know, can help me.
For anyone that is experiencing gambling harms, that also could be somebody that is impacted by the gambling of somebody else. There is no wrong door to refer into Beacon. All of the support is safe, it's effective. that the quality of support is there, it's person-centred, and to make sure that whatever support we can offer to people coming to see us is tailored to their needs, and we can consistently develop that support. I think one of the great things with the support at Beacon is that it's a completely free service for anybody that wants to access gambling harm support. We don't work on a waiting list. It's all completely confidential as well. So when people do make that initial contact with us, they'll be booked in with a member of the team within 1 or 2 days, and they will begin support not long after that initial contact. So if you do need support, give us a call and we can get that put in place really quickly.
Thanks for that, Colin, and thanks for your support in terms of the partnership working that we're delivering. It's clearly changing lives, you know, within Wigan. The criminal justice system engages with just under 2 million people a year. However, that national system itself is made up of a matrix of smaller systems and obviously localities. So, Sue, if I can move on to you, with the enormity of the criminal justice system in Merseyside, how did you even begin to adopt this modelling?
Well, if I may, I'll just share my journey with the Beacon and how, so Inspector Sue Triblin, Merseyside Police, and how we really got involved with this to be the first police force to divert people who are gamblers or affected others into treatment and into the Beacon. And it started really about 4 years ago when I went to a conference our Violence Reduction Partnership had put on with the Beacon. And it was a real eye-opener for me, even as a police officer, sort of recognising the harms that's caused through gambling to our children, to vulnerable people, neurodiverse, the criminality involved in it. And I was just really astounded by hearing what I was hearing. And I think this is where, certainly for me, is taking that on and educating people, because I think when people really do understand what those harms are, you know, it's not that, you know, going into a bookmakers putting on a bet, it's far, far wider than that, you know, and it is impacting our children. One of the big statements that was made on the day was around, you know, how many children across Merseyside and the country are not sleeping tonight because their parents are gambling. And, you know, it was heart-wrenching really to hear. So for me, it was like, well, what can Merseyside Police do? And at that time, I was in a role, Project DADA. I don't know if people have heard of that. It stands for Addiction, Diversion, Disruption, Enforcement and Recovery. So we were working with the treatment providers and the local authorities really to try and improve people going into drug treatment at the time. So for us, again, in Merseyside, I'd brought in questions to what we call a vulnerable person referral form. So that is a form completed by our officers when they go to certain incidents around domestic abuse, mental health, vulnerable adults, child exploitation. And I added questions on that around drugs and then got that into drug treatment. So there's about, say last year, 2,500 people referred via that way, and about 15% of people then came into structured treatment from that in the drug world. So I thought, well, can we do something with the gambling? So working with Ian, we, again, it's not a 5-minute thing. You know, there was lots to really work on around our, you know, the strategy, information sharing agreements, the change in our IT system, ensuring that Beacon had, you know, enough capacity to deal with what was perhaps going to come in. And then we introduced 2 questions onto the vulnerable person referral form. One around, you know, that person you affected or affected other, and, you know, if you lose track of time, spend more money, do you feel ashamed by your gambling? And if there was a yes to that, either of those questions, then it's an automated referral into the Beacon Counselling Trust. So there's no additional work for our officers as there is potentially with the drug stuff, and then it would come. And then eventually we've set that up and we've seen some great results already, fantastic, you know, people getting interventions after 30 years, and it's really like changed their lives. part of that process was training our staff. So we've trained, Ian came in and we've trained hundreds of our officers around what to look for, why you're asking them questions, the real importance of that, and also doing part of the work as well for our organisation around gambling. You know, as police officers, you're not allowed to be in debt. You're more susceptible to corruption, and how can we support our organisation? And we've had talks around the Work Police Charter, and again, that's still ongoing. We're also looking at how we can introduce this through custody, and Ian and the BCT have trained a number of detention officers and custody sergeants, and we're looking at, again, how we can automate that process into the Beacon to do the fantastic work that they do, supporting people. And as well as part of the ADA work, I was working with the Wirral Multicultural Organisation, and we were revamping their website to help ethnic minority groups and those who English is not a first language. More information around drugs, modern day slavery, cuckooing, and also gambling now. So that website, along with the Drug Talk website, has been utilised internationally, nationally, internationally, where people have looked for advice, but also there's multilingual resources on that website across all of those things, all your different drugs, modern day slavery, and all the gambling. And you can print that off and utilize that in, I think it's over 500 different languages. So for me, it's been, you know, a real journey. We're starting to, you know, now really see the benefits of that, and, you know, moving forward, it'd be great to really continue with that, not just sort of, you know, change it for change's sake, but really continue allowing, I think the Beacon allowed innovation, flexibility, you know, the transfer of knowledge, really making sure that our staff knew what they're doing and why they're doing that for, and like I say, hopefully that continue into the future. Thanks. Thanks.
And I know there are more pieces of work Ian and his team are exploring with Merseyside Police, and we look forward to reporting on them in the not too distant future.
I think, what Sue's just said there really has been a fantastic, you know, kind of testament to what you can do working with local systems and stakeholders, and we've created a regional stakeholder group which Sue is part of. But you've got officers and other police forces listening to the work that has gone on at Merseyside Police. And we benchmark that work, and it's encouraging to see other police forces say, we want to follow suit.
Thanks for that, Ian. So I haven't got to Ian Semmel yet. Okay, keep the best till last. And those of you who know Ian will clearly understand he's down to contribute to the platform with his energy and passion. Just before I do, Ian and his team are one of a multiple group of providers working in partnership and commissioned by Beacon to deliver services using this mobilising systems approach. And Ian and the Break-Even team have been delivering those services in the South East with over-targeted achievements, both in outputs and outcomes. So Ian, if I can ask you, from a commission service perspective, how easy was it to adopt and deliver the model? And how easy was it, how has lived experience shaped that delivery?
Thanks for that great intro. So yeah, we're the NGSM partner for the South East and East of England. I often introduce myself as the original voice of lived experience. Back in the day, I think it was 2005, I spoke at a GambCare conference telling my story. The word lived experience didn't even exist in the gambling space in those days. And I remember Mark Griffiths was the chair. And I was a very lone voice for many years after that. But now it's absolutely amazing to see so many people here, so many people out in this network champion the lived experience, and long may it continue. And let's hope within the new regimes it's allowed to continue. So yeah, we have been major player in taking on all these great projects that Beacon have helped create. And it has been very, very easy because we've been very lucky to have a great engagement team, and Drew's sitting in the audience there, and he's managed to engage with these people and get the appetite for them. When we first had this, listening to Neil's presentation, it was about getting that appetite. If the appetite's not there, let's go after and get the appetite, and we've certainly done that. We've trained around 2,000 plus individuals in the Bet You Can Help programme across the 10-point plan, mobilising local systems and the fantastic Armed Forces programmes this year. We've worked with a variety of local authorities and supported them with various aspects of gambling harm awareness, including Reading, Southend and Milton Keynes. In the South East, we supported Wilton District Council to sign the Workplace Charter for Gambling Harm, embedding policies to ensure that staff and those working within the council are always supported. But the subject of this today is ahead of the curve. And I want a big shout out for Louise and Fiona, who are hopefully listening, from Hertfordshire Council, who are actually the first ones in the country to create a Gambling Harms Alliance, of which we've been a massive help in helping create that. As part of this, we've collaborated with the council to host 4 training sessions open to all organisations, charities and individuals in the region, with 4 more scheduled across the new year. I think the real highlight is, to answer Neil's question, the biggest impact has been greatest in the areas with active collaboration and sharing of networks and expertise. And that is what we are all good at, and Beacon are leaders in that, and we're pleased to be part of it.
Thanks, Ian. So we've heard about the successes of the model, and everybody's been talking about the work at Wigan in particular, the police, break even, etc. But what about the challenges? What about the challenges and some of our not so successful aspects? What's been our learning for the future? You know, you said that this has been a journey, Colin.
Yeah, I mean, certainly. I think some of the challenges we've had is within local authority. I think adult social care has been a challenge because, you know, one of the things we wanted to do, as well as the training where we train staff, and we've tried to get that awareness around getting the question asked around assessments, is adult social care has been a challenge because of the size of the assessment tools. I think also the buy-in from other elements around not only like the local authorities, but partner networks, housing, again, understanding their role within that. And one of the challenges I've always asked, where you're asking the question, you're only asking the question when people hit the point of crisis, that when people can't afford to pay the rent or can't afford to pay the mortgage or get access. That we should be asking that question at the start when people are going for applications or at that assessment, and not taking a punitive approach. And I think there's been some internal challenges with that. I think one of the other challenges, and I think it's been spoken about today, is where the money's coming from. But again, I think I stand proud as across 2 local authorities that understand the impact that's had and the opportunity it's been able to bring for us to be able to support people. Because the reality is, for that individual, for them families, then communities who need help and need support, they're not really bothered where that money's coming from. Rest assured, if they can get access to help and support and it helps them to move forward, that can only be a good thing. So there's still some system challenges, and I think they still do exist. But I think that's because local authorities and maybe public health teams are probably still struggling to understand where does gambling related harms fit, and wonder who does it sit under. It shouldn't sit under somebody because they've got capacity or because someone works on drug and alcohol services. It sits right across that domain. And I think looking forward, because I think that's what this is always about. There's always challenges. It's how you overcome, and moving forward, it's understanding probably the role we have, that when we commission services and we are asking questions, that we include it in this. It becomes part and parcel of our everyday questions and our everyday outcomes, that you're asking the question about people around gambling related harms and the impact it has on the families. Let's bring that to the forefront and let's put that into our commissions, because we'll always be met with challenges. But I think walking alongside yourselves, and that's why the partnership's been able to challenge some of that, whether it's been working across some of our South Asian communities. I know Suhail's probably still here somewhere, but the doors he's been able to open and the challenges about our own vulnerabilities has been good. So the challenges are always there, Neil, but for me, you take them head on and you approach them, but you get yourself with the right people, because there's still more challenges ahead.
And I do appreciate these challenges, but they've been engaged with what I class as a voice of reason. And I think that that's part of the success that we've had, you know, in particular in Wigan.
Not just that's one of the challenges, it's really, really important. One of the reasons why, as I said earlier, as part of the NGSM, we've seen so many people coming forward, is because we've been allowed to deliver this and engage with these people. And that's been part of breaking the stigma and people coming forward and understanding gambling harm. If we're not allowed to continue delivering these programs going on, it's just going to shrink.
Well, my optimism, Ian, is you know, it's pretty clear messaging from the panel. My optimism is that our colleagues in NHSE and OID are listening, and I really look forward to working with them to continue delivering these programs as we go forward. So thanks to our panel and thanks to you all for listening to the Spotlight session. We take any questions?
I know it's coming internally from me, but I think it's still part of the bigger conversation, and actually again across the local authorities, but through the other statutory services as well, is actually about the young people and children, and primarily as part of this, actually the how we move forward with education in prevention to Colin's point before. So on a local service level, Colin, what would you like to see in terms of that wider approach to universal messaging for how we're speaking to young people and the education we're serving to them?
I go back to, I think it was 2018, when Neil came to visit me, and I was service manager for young persons drug and alcohol service in Lancashire. Neil explained around where there may be some potential harms and probably scared the life out of him, being honest with him. I was like, what? And then a member of staff had brought it to my attention that he was also experienced them harms, and said you need to really engage and understand that. And we started to look into that, and we started to do the training. But I think our children and young people are vulnerable and are exposed. And I think first thing I always say, Nicola, you're going to have to start asking the question. Start asking the question when you're talking to young people. Schools are a huge player in this. Getting into schools, education is a big thing. But also not forgetting there's lots of young people who aren't in school as well, those who sit outside the education system. So again, I think that's where our communities and neighbourhoods play a real integral part in that education, because that's key. But I think it's recognising that, and we've seen it with some of young people services, that shape them young people services so they are accessible for young people to understand that, you know, they are experiencing something, they've been exposed to something. And it's driven, I think, as well by them wider determinants. It's understanding them wider determinants around where people live, the communities, the challenges. But we need to start asking the question. We need to start educating young people and their families and their teachers and their youth workers, if we can get them back, and everybody else. But then where do young people go? They go into shops. So it's about them connections and them touch points. But we need to, for me, start talking about it. That's the real key thing. But we can build it into systems. And I say from a local authority perspective, we commission services, we write contracts. Let's start building it in. Let's start building it in, but supporting them and nurturing them services. And I think that's what we saw over in Blackburn with our, when we got it through, and we start asking the question across our young person service as well, that the support was there, and that's the learning, the 10-point plan comes into place there.
And all of those are integral to it. Are there any more questions? Anybody else? Ruth?
Yeah, so you mentioned earlier on, you referenced the Workplace Charter, which I think of itself was innovative in its design. But how has that kind of facilitated organisations, national organisations, to engage in the subject of gambling-related harm that probably wouldn't have? And what changes have you seen from that work?
Can you take that in?
Yeah, well, I think we've got evidence and examples of, you know, loads and loads of organisations that have completed the Workplace Charter, developed a policy, received training, and started to incorporate those screening and assessment questions into their, you know, practice frameworks. I could pick out loads. Wigan's one of them, Blackpool Council, Sefton Council. In fact, you know, in terms of Merseyside alone, nearly half of all the boroughs have completed the process. What that does is start to embed change in their system. I was chomping at the bit to kind of follow on from Colin, because as a youth worker and knowing the system, knowing how we support our young people, I go back to 2003, December, 2 years ago, the Working Together to Safeguard Children, 168-page document, doesn't have any reference to gambling at all, and that can't be right. Someone who's supported young people from an early help perspective, and also, you know, social care practitioners who do children and families assessment, don't have any, you know, explicit questions in their framework. That can't be right. Only this week, last week, tackling child poverty, 116 pages. It's about poverty, no question, no mention of gambling. So, you know, what I would be saying to someone, particularly a local authority, not just its public health team, but its adult and child, safeguarding partnership is, what are you doing to make sure that you are protecting those young people? Because clearly for me, the outcomes for children are much more improved when you get their parents into treatment. It's all about early intervention.
Time for another question?
Yeah, it's from the online audience. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
So this is from the online audience. So what specific learnings and challenges have you sort of seen emerge over the years and that you think can be built on into the future system?
You want to take that one, Ian, again?
Okay. I guess from experience then, not just myself, but the entire team and, colleagues within the NGSN. And I'm going to be, you're going to have to forgive me now for using this, but I'm going to use a Trumpism, and it's the fake news. And I have to say, there's still Baroness Claire Gerarda. She still is the Baroness, but she said it better than me. This is a nonsense. A lot of the rhetoric that's being spun about our industry influence just doesn't stand up. And two of the things that stand out for me is that the Charity Commission, closed its case around GambleAware without any criticism or findings of influence. And we, Lucy before talked about the CQC process, which we are not obliged to do under the Health and Social Care Act. But yeah, our system has taken part in that audit, has not found any evidence or any connection to influence. So for me, that challenge is going to undermine what we're trying to achieve, and I really worry about it.
And I'm going to add to that. I want to actually ask for all these people, and I know they keep putting out these false rhetorics and these false accusations. Just please give me one bit of evidence.
Last question.
Hi, my name is Megan. I'm really interested in the collaboration with the police department, and I was wondering, you said that you've used this to share with other regions and potentially have them take on the same practice. And I was wondering where exactly you've seen that, if it's been effective in other regions as well, and if they have a similar resource such as the BCT to take on that responsibility.
Absolutely. Do you want to talk about the work with other police forces?
Yeah, so I wouldn't want to upset colleagues in the room that work geographically in various regions, but at this moment, and I guess it's because of how long this program's been established, but Northumbria Police are close to signing the workplace charter. But what we will do through that process is then engage them back with NECA, who work in the northeast. Durham Constabulary with the first police force to sign to the workplace charter, followed by Cheshire Police. I've got Lancashire on the case now, Bedfordshire, Hertfordshire, and Cambridgeshire going through a process. They are developing a policy. And I know Dorset Police with ARA completed it as well. So and they're just some. We are seeing a momentum change, and that's great to see.
Answer your question. Right, I think we're just on time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Neil and the panel. I was just thinking about the places where gambling isn't mentioned. I don't know if you're aware that there's been a big Keep Britain Working report that came out a month ago. Again, alcohol and drugs mentioned in sickness absence, but not gambling. So it is interesting. There are still challenges, and partnerships work, as we've seen from that last panel, but also I really note the passion. And I'm going to turn the spotlight now from the Beacon Counselling Trust to our next speaker, who is the founder of Thriving Together, Nadine Ashworth. Now, thank you very much indeed for joining us, Nadine. Thriving Together is a woman-only lived experience led organization dedicated to meeting women impacted by gambling addiction where they're at. And I like that phrase.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, let's do that. Okay, so thank you very much for inviting me here today to this final GambleAware conference. Today also marks the final day of the 16 days of activism for the elimination of violence against women and girls, and is also Human Rights Day,
so it feels fitting to be talking about women, gambling impacts and their safety at a time when the UK is introducing a new statutory gambling harm prevention system. Today's insights reflect the lived experience and co-production of the work of Thriving Together, a women-led organisation dedicated to ensuring that no woman faces the impacts of gambling alone. Women's pathways into gambling often looks different from men's, yet services and narratives rarely reflect this. For many women, gambling is tied to trauma, coercive control, financial abuse, and the complex pressures placed on women by society. Women who gamble tell us that they experience gambling as a coping mechanism for trauma, abuse, grief, loneliness, or caregiving stress. They have deep shame linked to the gendered expectations of being a good mother or a responsible woman. They have fear of being judged more harshly than men, and they have experiences that confirm that. And they have pressures to appear in control, even when life feels overwhelming. The women we support that are harmed by somebody else's gambling face coerced debt, financial sabotage, theft and fraud, emotional manipulation and intimidation, financial instability that traps them, violence triggered by financial stress or disclosures, including in recovery. They have the responsibility for keeping families stable, often alone in judgmental communities, and they're being told to forgive and forget. There's also a lack of recognition that gambling impacts are a violence against women and girls issue. These experiences place gambling directly in the continuum of violence against women and girls, especially through economic abuse, coercive control, and post-separation exploitation. These are gendered experiences that require gender-specific responses. A crucial part of women's relationship with gambling and with help seeking is the weight of gendered expectations. Women describe that they feel that they must be the emotional anchor of the family. They feel the pressure to manage home, finances, and children perfectly and without complaints. They feel the shame for struggling because women are expected to cope quietly. And they have the fear of being labelled irresponsible or unfit if they admit to gambling. They have the expectation to support a partner through gambling harm, even if it harms them. And they also experience guilt if they spend money or time on themselves. These pressures shape how women experience harm and how long it takes them to seek help. They also explain why women-only recovery spaces are essential places where women can talk about identity, trauma, anger, motherhood, and cultural pressures without judgment. So looking at the new statutory gambling harm prevention system, the new system is a major shift towards a public health, rights-based approach. And we've got some ideas of how that could be interpreted. So for women, this system offers important opportunities through the mandatory early identification of harm, where operators must proactively identify vulnerability and risk and not wait for disclosure. This could support women whose gambling escalates due to trauma, hormonal spikes, or who are being financially exploited or controlled. There should be stronger financial checks. So that could uncover coerced debts, for example, taking debt out in a partner's name, hidden gambling by partners that can destabilise the household, financial manipulation, and vulnerability linked to domestic abuse. It can be integrated with safeguarding and violence against women frameworks, which will increase recognition and action of gambling impacts as a factor in domestic abuse assessments, family court decisions, and adult and child safeguarding pathways. This will enable economic abuse connected to gambling being identified earlier and an individual's experiences being met with understanding and consideration. The ring-fence funding for research, treatment, and prevention for gender-responsive services can support and strengthen women-only spaces and support, culturally specific interventions, tailored programmes for carers, mothers, or survivors of violence including childcare provision and policy change. Accountability across the industry will mean that women will no longer be left to carry the burden of an industry that historically underprotected them and compromised their safety. But the system will only succeed if it reflects the gendered realities that women live with every day. Community organisations like Thriving Together are essential as a bridge between policy and lived experience. Gambling amplifies vulnerability, limits choices, and entrenches power imbalances. Women-only spaces are not just recovery environments, they are protective and empowering. Women tell Thriving Together that these spaces make recovery possible because they offer safety from judgment. Women feel freer to speak about their shame, their trauma, their mental health, neurodiversity, economic abuse, pressures to cope silently, motherhood, and specific women's health concerns, including menstrual issues, family planning, and menopause. They protect survivors of domestic and sexual violence. For many women, mixed groups can feel unsafe or triggering. The recent article in the British Medical Journal stated nearly 1 billion women face domestic or sexual violence across the world. This is an everyday occurrence. They address the emotional and gender drivers of gambling, such as loneliness, caring responsibilities, and cultural expectations of resilience. The groups and the support we offer create connection and community. Women find solidarity in shared experiences of emotional labour, financial inequality, gender pressures to hold families together, and experiences of the failure to be heard and understood. They also break away from male-centred recovery models. Traditional approaches rarely address coerced debt, relationship-based trauma and abuse, the fear of losing children, cultural or religious pressures, and hormonal impacts and specific women's health journeys. Women-only spaces enable women to heal on their own terms. And the stats on the board are related to the 16 days of the elimination of violence. This is what our women are undergoing every day and which can impact on them becoming gamblers. So Thriving Together's model was created by and for women impacted by their own or somebody else's gambling through focus groups and co-production. Women told us, I felt uncomfortable in mixed spaces. They didn't understand my experiences. Everyone assumed it was only men who gambled, and no one connected the gambling with the abuse. So we created women-only recovery groups and one-to-one peer support. They are trauma-informed, as safe as they can be, and culturally sensitive. We offer support for women harmed by somebody else's gambling, including those experiencing coercive control or economic abuse. We offer workshops, activities, and offers shaped by the community, so our women with lived experience shape the services and input into our work. And we also provide training for professionals, helping domestic abuse teams, perinatal mental health teams, health workers, and safeguarding professionals recognise the gendered nature of gambling impacts. Our work ensures that women move forwards in recovery with dignity, not apology. Why does this matter for the new statutory system? Without lived experience, systems become theoretical. With lived experience, they become human, effective, responsive, and preventative. Thriving Together demonstrates exactly what the statutory system must invest in: women-led spaces rooted in lived experience. The new statutory gambling harm prevention system offers an unprecedented opportunity to protect women, strengthen families, and break cycles of harm linked to violence, coercion, and trauma. But its success depends on centering women's lived experiences and voices, gender and cultural realities, women-only recovery spaces, including childcare provision, leadership of organisations like Thriving Together. If we listen to women and build systems that reflect their lives, then we can create a future where gambling impacts are recognised early, addressed compassionately, and understood and be understood as a key part of the wider fight to end violence against women and girls. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadine. That was really hard hitting. And it brought home some experiences that I had in the past working with women in drugs and alcohol. Again, gambling wasn't mentioned. So it's lunchtime. Thank you very much. I hope you're staying around, because if there are any questions, people will come and find you. Thank you very much to Nadine and all our speakers. It's lunchtime. Tummies have been rumbling behind me. Can we be back here, please, at 2:10? Thank you very much, and enjoy your lunch online. you.
I'm going to try. I'm a bit tired.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. It's all right. I'm not going to get the big stick out. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for coming back. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. And we have 4 sessions this afternoon. I am going to introduce you now to Tim Miller, who is Executive Director of the Gambling Commission. It said on my script, the feisty speaker for this afternoon. I think they meant first. But if you care to be feisty, then Tim, it's entirely up to you. Tim joined the Commission in 2016, and I think it's safe to say after 15 years in the regulatory and public sector. So Tim, I am going to hand over to you. Take it away. Be as feisty as you like.
So thanks for that introduction, Liz. And I have to say, you probably don't realise you serve another purpose to me other than being the kind of conference kind of host, because we only ever tend to meet this time of year. And so what usually happens is I get to this building, I open the door and I see you standing there. And I kind of think it's a bit like a kind of human advent calendar, because when I open that door and see you, I know it's nearly Christmas. So thank you for that. And actually, I've been coming to these conferences probably since they started now, and have spoken at quite a few, and it's hopefully a good sign that I get invited back to speak again. But it has led me to reflect a little bit on, perhaps more than usual, on this conference and kind of what it means. And I know for us at the Gambling Commission, we've always seen this as kind of one of the key conferences for the year, you know, a major date in the diary, because it does give us an opportunity, I think, to have some really useful exchanges with a really wide range of different views and perspectives. And certainly in previous years, has always provoked, I think, some really interesting thoughts and often some really helpful action. And I think so far today has been no different. I think it certainly does speak to the value of these conferences that so many of you signed up again, both in person and online, and the fact that we've got such a strong lineup of speakers and me. So, of course, with today actually sadly being the final GambleAware conference, I do think it's really worth commending GambleAware for the fact that the theme that they've chosen is a bridge to the future. That sense of not simply perhaps looking backwards, but actually looking at what the future brings and the role that we can all play in that. And certainly up top, I want to make clear that I personally hope that that future includes making use of the very many skills and experience and indeed passion of the people who work at GambleAware and have worked at GambleAware. But clearly, particularly from some of what we've heard this morning, there is now a need to urgently get on with what that future is going to look like. And so today what I want to briefly do is give you what I think the future is starting to look like from the Commission's perspective. Part of that will mean new ways of working together, and I'll touch on the need for continuing collaboration, something that anyone that's heard me speak knows is something I often talk about. But first I want to just put on record the Gambling Commission's thanks to GambleAware for their work over the years. It's absolutely right that we do discuss the bridge to the future, but to build a bridge, you need an incredibly strong foundation to start from. And certainly I think that is what GambleAware has provided for all of us. Looking back over the many projects where the Commission has worked with or alongside GambleAware, it's clear just how much has been achieved. And whilst I'm sure many people in the room would have their own examples, I want to touch on a few briefly today. Now, the debate around gambling and gambling harms has frankly got louder and more polarised in recent years, even since the white paper was published. And sometimes I think there's much more focus on point scoring and less on finding solutions to the various issues that we're working with. However, much of the discussion today around gambling harms does look quite different to how it did some years ago when we were first coming to these conferences. And I think one factor in that is the result of the work that GambleAware has done, particularly working with us around the development of a harms framework. Because that harms framework made clear back in 2019 that yes, gambling harms affects people's resources, it affects them financially, but it also acknowledged very, very clearly that it can impact relationships and health at an individual, family, and community levels. And it suggested areas for future research, an approach that we at the Commission have adopted ourselves in recent years with our own evidence gaps and roadmaps approach. Another area that we worked particularly closely with GambleAware was the pattern to play research. Published in 2022, it's a piece of work that continues to be incredibly important in how we at the Commission look at the journey that each person goes on when making a choice to gamble. In many ways, that piece of work was the jumping off point for the Commission to take an increasingly data-led approach to regulation. And then the final example I would mention would be the 2020 report on the effect of gambling marketing and advertising on children, young people, and vulnerable adults. In and of itself, it was a powerful piece of work that helped build the evidence base for change. But perhaps more importantly, it pioneered the use of avatars in research of this kind, opening up pathways for further research using these methods, an approach that I think has really caught researchers' attention across the globe. And so I think it's indisputable that GambleAware has had an incredibly important impact. But of course, that couldn't have happened without the people who work there. So if I may, I want to offer some personal thanks to some of them for the work that they've done, including some of those who are no longer at GambleAware. And if you'll indulge me a little bit, I do want to call out a few individuals that have worked especially closely with me or with some of my colleagues at the Commission. So Haroon and his team, who work really well with our research team. Sarah Evans is Director of Communications, who's worked incredibly well with our comms team. Anna, who stepped in as Transition Chief Executive. Zoe, who I'm delighted is here, who did so much, I think, to strengthen the relationship with the Commission. And I can't not comment, she's there, Kate as well. Kate and I think, worked particularly closely to build the relationship between GambleAware and the Commission. And I have to say, departing slightly from the prepared remarks, so the comms team who are better watching me, nothing you can do about it now. I do want to say that Zoe and Kate in particular provided incredibly strong, independent leadership for GambleAware at a time when they were often faced with, frankly, an incredible amount of misogynistic abuse and challenge. And they showed themselves to be the incredibly strong leaders that they were in the face of that. And I think it's really worth acknowledging that what they did for this organisation and the wider harms landscape in that sort of environment. Now, I could go on, but to make the point that the people of GambleAware and their impact is the reason that GambleAware made an impact. And for that, you all in the room from GambleAware have my personal thanks. But of course, both the Gambling Commission and GambleAware recognised that a voluntary system of funding was not going to be sustainable in the long term. We both highlighted some of the challenges that existed, such as perceived lack of independence in funding, lack of certainty around levels of funding, and an inability to make long-term funding decisions. And in the white paper, the government announced that their response to those challenges was the establishment of a new statutory levy. As I said earlier, pieces of work like the ones I mentioned give the new statutory levy system a strong foundation to work from in the future. The new commissioning body should feel encouraged that they've been left such a strong inheritance by GambleAware, and I hope they fully grasp the opportunity to build upon what already works well and to strengthen and expand those areas where the new certainty of funding streams allows them to. The Gambling Commission has a clearly but quite narrowly defined role in that system, and so I thought it would be helpful just to very briefly reflect on that. As you know, whilst the Gambling Commission are responsible for collecting the statutory levy from industry, we're not the decision makers around how it is then allocated and don't provide oversight for how it's being spent. The money we will collect each year will be swiftly passed on to the commissioning bodies that government has chosen. The small exception to that is on research, where alongside UKRI, the Commission itself will be given a small proportion of the levy to fund research in the pursuit of our regulatory purposes. For our part, we will be looking to use this funding to accelerate our work around our evidence gaps project. Over the last probably more than 2 years, we've kickstarted a conversation across the sector on where we see the gaps in the evidence base. What's more, we've made clear that where we think we can play a part to fill those gaps, we will do so. And where we hope that others will step forward, we'll encourage them to do so. We've now developed roadmaps for each of the 6 areas of focus that we've identified. And so we'll be looking to make use of levy funding allocated to us in large part to push ahead with delivering those parts of the roadmap that will support our future regulatory activities. It means we'll be directly commissioning more work and research ourselves to further strengthen our approaches as a regulator. But I also want to make absolutely clear our position on commissioning. At the Gambling Commission, we value independent research. You cannot have a reliable evidence base without everybody understanding that the research it's based on is objective. And for us as a regulator, that will mean engaging with industry, the very people that we regulate, when we conduct research or we gather evidence. The gambling industry often has the data and insights that we need if we're to make progress filling the evidence gaps that we've identified. Working with industry to help support independent research, for us, is an important part of the process. It will also mean engaging with people who have valuable academic expertise or essential lived experience, but whose personal views on gambling might not necessarily be welcomed by everyone. Because at the Commission, our experience tells us that we can deliver better results for consumers if we draw upon the widest range of experiences, the broadest expertise, the most comprehensive evidence base. In the end, our decision-making will not be shaped by the evidence in the end, our decision-making will be shaped by the evidence stakeholders can provide, not the opinions that they hold. But filtering out the evidence from the opinion is not always easy. I mentioned earlier that if anything, the debate around gambling has got louder and more polarised since the white paper was published in April 2023. And one of the dangers of that polarisation is, I think, that people retreat into a bubble where differing ideas or perspectives can't reach them. We all see this online, on social media, and frankly, those who spend too much time online debating gambling demonstrate this too. But it would be a really negative outcome of the change to a statutory levy for preconceived ideas about how things should be done start getting in the way of delivering services and research that need to be done in the here and now. At the Commission, we're pleased to be working closely with the other commissioning bodies for the levy, but we will continue to seek to work with everybody who wants to play their part in making gambling safer, fairer, and crime-free. Collaboration and maintaining a diversity of perspective is vital if we and the new levy system is to succeed. And so with that, I will wrap up. I want to again thank the team at GambleAware for organising today, for organising these events year after year, and for all of their efforts on the many pieces of work that we've collaborated on over the years. It's on all of us to take that forward and to make sure that the future delivers on their legacy. So thank you for your time, and I am happy to take questions. So we've got one here.
Thank you, Martin Jones. Hi, Tim. Thanks for taking questions. A refreshing change on occasion. I go to more than my fair share of inquests. And when I go there, time and again, I'm met by an expert report from Professor David Forrest at Liverpool, dissecting the operator's machine learning algorithm, which failed to pick up the gambling harm that was clearly evident and make a satisfactory intervention. The classic example of that would probably be in the inquest of Luke Ashton, where the algorithm picked up 2.1% of the exchange betting customers when it should have been picking up about 18% of the people at risk and being harmed. So they're typically hugely undercalibrated, and they may or may not be audited. So could you tell us a little bit about how you go about trying to ensure machine learning algorithms do what they say on the tin? Do you audit them? Do you get third-party audits done? Do you check what percentage of customers are being picked up? Do you check how effective intervention stage 1, 2, 3, 4 are? So I'd be glad to just understand your perspective of what the sharp end looks a pretty poor tool.
So usually, and people that have seen me speak before know that I aim to answer any question that I'm given. On this occasion, the reason why I'm not going to is that I'm actually personally going to be a witness at 2 inquests shortly, where some of these issues are a part of that. And I think out of respect to the legal process, it wouldn't be right for me particularly to answer those questions. As I say, usually I'll answer anything that I'm asked, but on this occasion, I don't think it'd be appropriate for me to do so in advance of those legal hearings. Yeah.
Hi, it's Penny Rees here from Amelot. On a slightly connected question, is your plan for research over the next year going to include assessing and trying to keep on top of the impact of generative AI in the optimization algorithms that the social media companies will be using? because it's obviously going to have a massive impact. I've not heard anyone mention it yet.
Yeah, so we've been doing quite a bit of work sort of in the background around artificial intelligence, kind of understanding the impact that it has in a whole range of different areas. So that work will continue. I don't think it's specifically using the levy funding for some of that. That's work that we've been doing anyway. We work very closely. We have a digital advisory panel made up of experts from across sort of different industries to work with us, because we recognise, regulators, particularly kind of government bodies, don't have a fantastic track record when it comes to understanding technology, and we recognise our own limitations. So having that digital advisory panel has been really important. But certainly, focusing on the impacts of AI is an important area of work for us.
Hi. Sorry, good afternoon, Tomasz Jarecki, Scarf. One question coming up from my work, especially with younger adults. Are there any, hopefully even unofficial, plans to recognize cryptocurrencies as sort of a para gambling activity and try to regulate them at least a little bit?
So I would not expect cryptocurrency in itself to be regulated anytime soon as gambling. However, there are strong crossovers between cryptocurrency and gambling. And certainly we're particularly working closely with the Financial Conduct Authority. And we're quite lucky, actually. One of our board members is also an executive at the Financial Conduct Authority, so we have very good links. We're working together to kind of really understand what are the next spaces that regulation needs to go into. Certainly, our position at the moment is that we have not granted licenses to any gambling company that either accepts cryptocurrency as a source of wealth for buying into that business, or for a source of fund from consumers to gamble with. I don't see that position changing immediately, but obviously if particularly Financial Conduct Authority and others move forward with their regulatory approach to cryptocurrencies in the UK, I think particularly for those that sort of in that sort of space, stable coin seems to be the first sort of area where things may move. Then I think we will continue to look at, do we need to follow that as well? I think our main concern is how cryptocurrency is being used often by the illegal market, because that's quite a good way of trying to kind of circumvent some of the protections that are in place. And you may well have seen sort of in the budget week before last, the government announced the additional £26 million of funding for us to focus on tackling the illegal market. And I'm sure crypto will feature in that work.
Gerhard Meyer from the University of Bremen in Germany. In Germany, we have an exclusion system with self-exclusion and mandatory exclusion by third parties, by operators or by family members. And by law, operators have to exclude problem gamblers if they recognize that somebody has a gambling problem. Do you think this is a possible harm prevention measure for Great Britain too?
Yeah, so we're clear. Once if an operator identifies kind of the warning signs of harm, they're expected to engage with that consumer, interact, and that might include the operator preventing them from gambling with them any further. And I think that's absolutely right. I think there are some jurisdictions, I don't know all the details of Germany, but somewhere like Singapore, for example, where family members are able to exclude their loved one from gambling. I think there's a question as to whether kind of culturally, politically, Britain is ready to be in that sort of space. I'm agnostic on the question, but I'm not sure whether that is typically the sort of regulatory approach that you would see in Britain. And I think it's certainly something that I think as a regulator, we would expect Parliament to take a bit of a lead on if that's the sort of route that you're going to go down. Right, I'm being told to wrap it up now. I don't know, Sarah, have you got any online?
Hi. Yeah, one came in online. So as you talked about identifying gaps in the evidence base, so can you share more about how the Gambling Commission will engage with the lived experience community to help fill those gaps?
Yeah, and actually in developing our kind of evidence gaps work, we've been doing just that. So, I mean, much like the GambleAware Lived Experience Council, we have our own lived experience panel. who just do kind of amazing work with us. Their insights are so valuable. And we kind of regularly work with them and engage with them. So that will be the route that we continue to bring lived experience into it. I think I will probably get shot, though, if I don't allow someone from the GambleAware board to ask a question. So.
Yes, I'm on the board. Sorry.
To what extent does the Commission regard itself as responsible for the likely terrifying gap between the work that GambleAware has done and will do up till March and the National Health Service and OHID getting their act together sometime in the future? To what extent does the Commission regard itself as an important activator to ensure that that disastrous chasm doesn't occur?
So, as a regulator, our role is very clear and set out in statute that we're here to license and regulate the industry in accordance with the licensing objectives. So we do not have a direct role around ensuring the future of that system. We collect the money, but we literally hand the money over to those bodies that the government has determined. However, as where we identify areas where there may be an impact upon the licensing objectives, and in particular, the licensing objective to protect children and vulnerable people from being harmed or exploited by gambling, then we will continue to engage with government around those risks. But I'll be very clear, we do not have a direct role in kind of managing the transition from the current system to the next, other than collecting the 120 million that's already come in.
You've got an indirect role that you do have, and you can certainly publicise the fact that there is likely to be that chasm. I don't see if the objective of the Commission is safety, how you can allow such a dangerous situation to occur.
Because I think we need to avoid, as a statutory regulator, getting into a space where it looks like we're in a lobbying space. Having worked with a number of regulators over the year, that's the quickest way to be closed down often if you're seen to lobby government. But we will continue to give advice to government in the appropriate way.
Thank you, Tim, very much. Thank you very much, Tim. I think there were some feisty points in there. You did talk about urgency and getting on with it, but I really would like to note your thanks for GambleAware, and in particular your thanks to the people who've been working in GambleAware, and that is appreciated, and also that you're pointing out the bringing of GambleAware and the Commission closer. So thank you, and thank you for your continuing efforts on the behalf of everybody in this room, even though you don't have that direct role. Thank you very much indeed. Let's move on to our next and last panel session, and that will be chaired by Harun Chowdhury, Director of Evidence and Insights at GambleAware. The panel will be talking about shaping policy priorities post the white paper. And can we have the panel, please?
That's in the end. Right, is my mic working? Can people hear me? Very good. All right. Hello, everyone. As Liz just said, I'm Harun Chowdhury, Director of Evidence and Insights at GambleAware. It gives me great pleasure to chair this session on shaping future policy priorities post white paper. I'm looking forward to some really big and bold discussion. It's normally around this time of day that people start to feel the kind of post-lunch drowsiness. And if anyone in the room is struggling with that, then I'm sure this session will rouse you from your slumber. While the white paper was rightly seen as an important milestone, I think many people felt that it didn't quite go far enough on policy and regulation. The reforms announced to online gambling taxation in the budget last month show that this remains a live and somewhat contested issue. But what additional policy measures do we need to have, and why? And equally importantly, how can we get to them in the absence of, in all likelihood, in the absence of primary legislation given limited parliamentary bandwidth. So to discuss all this and more, I'm delighted to be joined by an excellent panel that brings some really diverse perspectives on this. We have Alex Ballinger MP, the Member of Parliament for Hales Owen, but more pertinently to this discussion, a member of the all-party parliamentary group on gambling reform. We have Dr. James Noyes, Senior Fellow at the Social Market Foundation and a frequent commentator on gambling policy. At the end, Sam Starsmore, Education Programme Lead at YGAM and Deputy Chair of GambleAware's Lived Experience Council. And last but by no means least, our very own Dan Riley, who is our Senior Research Lead for Communications and Policy. We do have a lot to get through in this session, and time is short, so I'll just get through the plan for it very quickly. Each panel member will give a brief opening statement, setting out their perspective on these issues. We'll go into a panel discussion and then have time at the end for audience Q&A. Let me kick off with Alex Ballinger. Over to you for your perspective.
Thank you very much. Is my microphone working? Can people hear me? Excellent. This has a much better setup than Parliament, I must say, with our old wooden tables and the like. Delighted to be here. Thank you to GambleAware for inviting me. Thank you for putting this session on. I think it's an excellent step as we move towards what's going to happen in the white paper. As I say, I'm representing the all-party group for gambling reform. It's a group of MPs, most of which are new MPs that have joined since the election, that is really focused on ensuring that we minimise gambling harms insofar as we can do through Parliament. As Haroon mentioned, most of our focus over the last few months has been on gambling taxation. And I'm really delighted that the Chancellor has recognised that there are different types of gambling and more or less harmful forms of gambling. And she decided to put a larger base of tax on those more harmful forms. And I think I should also thank James here, who was instrumental in putting together the background to those proposals. I think that's a really important step, and it shows that government is listening. And whilst we've moved past the white paper, which is going through an implementation phase, there is an opportunity for us to continue to put pressure on to make some changes. So we're holding an inquiry at the moment. We're looking at a whole range of different issues we'd like to improve. There is an ambition for us to get a new Gambling Act after the 2005 change under the last Labour government. As Haroon mentioned, that's going to be a big ask. We're not anticipating that coming anytime soon. That is an ultimate ambition of ours. But there is a lot of work that we'd like to be doing in the short term to continue to reform this space. A couple of areas we're focused on, of course, is the implementation of the white paper. Tim mentioned some of the challenges and some of the questioners came out around making sure those providers are getting the right space to work in. I'm really interested in the research in particular to ensure that the NHS, as it takes this up and as it's commissioning things, is doing it in a way that provides us with the best base for research. And then in terms of areas that we're really focused on changing, and we can do that without primary legislation, I think gambling advertising is an area that's ripe for change. You'll all know the statistics: 27,000 adverts at the last Premier League opening weekend, 96% of young people being exposed to gambling adverts, and then 30% of 11 to 17-year-olds who are gambling at the moment. So I think there's a duty really on the government to look at how we can protect young people from that type of advertising, and we're going to be looking at that over the next couple of months to make some proposals on how we do it. Thank you.
Thanks very much. James, can I come to you next?
Thank you, Haroon. Thanks for the invitation. Good to see everyone here this morning. The very first event that I went to in this space about 10 years ago was the GambleAware pre-Christmas conference with the gentleman over there in the corner. We both got a lot older since then, but it's good to see everyone here for the final annual conference. So obviously, I don't know how familiar you are with the Social Market Foundation's work, but we've been quite a vocal voice when it comes to making the case for reform. So we welcome a lot of the recent changes that have been made since the white paper. So stake limits online, the levy, so research commissioning, treatment commissioning put on a statutory footing. Obviously, the recent tax decision in the Chancellor's budget, we were quite central to that debate. So this has been a process of radical change over the last 10 years. And we think that's represented a journey towards stronger regulation and stronger taxation with the ultimate objective of reducing gambling-related harm in the UK. And I should just say that if there's any doubt as to why radical change was necessary, I don't need to tell people in this room, if you cast your mind back to 10 years ago, why that was the case, the shocking stories we used to see of industry excess, of lives being damaged, while at the time industry executives and consultants were having breakfast meetings about corporate social responsibility. The whole thing was pretty rotten, and I make no apology for proposing radical change to that. But we feel that the recent changes to regulation and taxation in this space have brought us to a point where the industry is now in a place where it can reassess through necessity and potentially rebuild something for the future, which is radically different from the excesses of the past. And today I'd like to talk a bit about what that might be and the kind of dialogue that we could have going forward. So we're pretty pleased with where things are. There are 4 areas that I guess would be a priority for us at the Social Market Foundation, our work going forward. So the first of those priorities are the specific policies that we felt were not adequately included in the white paper or haven't been adequately implemented. So notably the Ombudsman, we feel there's work to be done on that, and also advertising, and Alex touched on that in his opening remarks. The second priority would be the successful implementation of policies already covered by the white paper. So the first would be the levy. There's a lot of uncertainty. You've spoken about that this morning. I'm very sympathetic to some of the concerns that have been raised. Read the piece in The Guardian, the Rob Davies piece a few days ago about this cliff edge, the need for strategic direction, the need for a better evidence base, to be reassured about the competence of the commissioners, the need for transparency when it comes to the advisory board, the levy advisory board. It shouldn't be left to freedom of information requests for us to have access to that kind of information, and ultimately to make sure that every penny of the levy is spent as efficiently as possible. So that's a priority. And also I feel another thing that we need to be looking at is the question of affordability. And some of you will know that I'm on record as saying that has probably been a mistake in the way it was implemented, not just for horse racing, but across the sector. And we think it's something that DCMS and the Gambling Commission need to be looking at again. Financial risk assessments, single customer view, we think that it hasn't been implemented in a satisfactory manner. And then finally, another thing that we need to make sure we keep our eyes on is the question of the post-tax reforms. So what that looks like going forward. So we're very pleased that tax changes were made in the budget, but there will be implications for that. So for the Gambling Commission, for example, an increase in tax could lead to an impact of that tax increase on revenue, which would lead to an impact on the license fee that the industry pays to the Gambling Commission, which could potentially lead to an impact on the resources needed for the Commission to carry out its regulatory functions. We need to make sure that there are no unintended consequences from those fiscal changes. Third, the longer term goals post white paper. Alex touched on the call for a new Gambling Act. So this was always the original intention, that the 2005 Gambling Act was analog legislation, not fit for the digital age. I believe that remains the case. Tim talked about crypto. We look at like gambling products embedded in social media, the possible entry of prediction markets operators in the UK, what we're seeing in the US. This is going to be highly complex stuff, and we think the legislation does need to be updated to account for that properly, and also to reflect the challenges made by the Public Accounts Committee and the National Audit Office 5 years ago when it came to the significant questions it was asking about the existing legislation. So yes, a new Gambling Act is very much going to be on the campaigning table, and I anticipate significant intellectual and financial resources to be allocated to trying to make that happen over the next 3 years, ahead of the next general election. And then on the back of that, I think we need to have a change to the tone of the debate. So again, Tim touched on this. I really agree with pretty much everything that Tim said in his keynote speech. If we've had radical change, and if that radical change gives us an opportunity for the industry to go through a process of reassessment and rebuilding in a truly sustainable manner going forward. And if that is going to be directed to ultimately a new act which is fit for purpose, that is going to require a new culture of dialogue. The polarized debate, the toxic debate, the social media attacks, the mud fight between prohibitionists and libertarians, reformers in industry, it's been infantile, it's been counterproductive, it's been exhausting, and it has to stop. And I will certainly do the best I can in terms of playing a part in making sure that happens going forward. And finally, if we have a more grown-up way of talking about these complex issues going forward, we need to make sure that future change is located within the wider policy agendas which are related to this with government. So questions of tech regulation, taxation, finance, digital markets, social media. You've read stuff on social media bans in Australia, and questions of health and well-being, and how that pertains to the gambling regulation space going forward. So I leave you with a quote by Ralph Waldo Emerson, the great American essayist, who said that the real and lasting victories are those of peace and not of war. And I think that going forward, we should keep those words in mind.
Thank you very much for being here. Dan, can I come to you next?
It's a hard one to follow. I've got no quote to start with. But hi, everyone. I'm Dan. I'm a senior researcher at GambleAware. So I'm responsible for commissioning our communications research and also shaping the organization's policy positions. Obviously, we've just had the first kind of major change to legislation in this area, leading to notably the closure of GambleAware, but also a lot of positive policies as well. For us at GambleAware, the real big thing that was missing was, as has already been mentioned, around marketing restrictions. So the gambling industry are estimated most recently to spend £2 billion on marketing every single year. It's worth noting that doesn't even include the lottery, and the National Lottery is actually the biggest spender on gambling marketing every single year. The reason why we believe that marketing should be restricted is because we know how this shapes people's perceptions in the wider culture. So it positions gambling as something that's harmless fun. And that would be okay if maybe there was less of it, or maybe there was effective health warnings on all of these adverts showing what the risks of advertisements are. But what our research has actually shown is even when certain operators are running kind of safer gambling campaigns, these can sometimes actually increase gambling urges, kind of backfiring, and again, position gambling as something that is harmless. Beyond that is the impact on children and young people. We've mentioned some stats earlier. We've just done some polling with YouGov, and we actually know that 2/3 of children aged 11 to 17, so they shouldn't be gambling, they feel like they cannot avoid gambling advertising and content in their everyday lives. They feel completely overwhelmed by it. And 7 in 10 want more to be done to restrict the amount they see. So we want kind of young people's voice to be represented in this policy debate because they're often silenced or grown-ups are telling them what to do. So I've been doing a lot of research among them, trying to amplify their voice in arenas like this. I've been thinking a lot about kind of what to say that might be different from my other panel members. And I guess there's 3 things that I kind of want to convey throughout this panel session. Number 1 is how can we amplify the voice of lived experience in the policy debate? So co-creating policies with lived experience. I'm really grateful for the GambleAware Lived Experience Council, who have been absolutely instrumental in the strategy of our policy approaches. Number 2, completely appreciate why we need a new gambling act and why that might be a focus, but also what are the quicker wins in the short term that we can make things safer? So what are the programs that might be already in progress due to the white paper, or what are some of the self-regulatory mechanisms that you could tighten to prevent a lot of parliamentary time, a lot of civil servants' time, which is often stretched? And thirdly, obviously, you know, I'm slightly biased because I'm a researcher, but it does feel like the evidence of the harm of marketing is there, and the evidence to make policy change is there. How can we use research to kind of change political will and build political will in this area as well? So again, bringing the voice of young people into this arena. There's been a lot of deliberative engagement that's happening a lot across policy. So the NHS 10-year plan, perfect example of this. Can we talk to more of the public, get their opinions about what policies they want the government to take? So that's it from me.
Thanks very much, Dan. I think you've done my job for me there with your questions. That's a very nice structure for the rest of this. You mentioned amplifying the voices of lived experience, which is a perfect opportunity for me to bring in Sam.
Thank you, everyone. And yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Just to pick up on Dan's point there and kind of reflect on what Anna touched upon earlier. Yesterday was our last Lived Experience Council meeting, and the 12 of us have been going for the best part of 3 years. And it was quite an emotional day yesterday because the council and members of GambleAware's leadership team came together just to have that time to reflect on those 3 years and the achievements and the successes that we've had. And as we said earlier, it's that teamwork where we're not just a story, and we do bring expertise and insight over and above those horrendous experiences that we and our families and our communities have gone through. So I just want to touch on the fact that working with GambleAware over the last 3 years, it's helped us, but it's also, professionally, but also through our recovery. And I think that's really important when you throw yourself into this sector with all that passion, that you've also got people around you to safeguard you, to check out for your well-being, etc. And GambleAware have been tipped up on that. So I just wanted to make reference to that to kick off with. And I am also sat here with a YGAM hat on. I've had the absolute honour of leading a national education programme for over 5 years now. And although I don't have many brain cells as these three fine gentlemen, what I can do is bring a little bit of experience and insight in terms of, the schools and the teachers. I think, Colin, you have referred to it earlier when Nicola asked the question, these are the people who have influence over our young people. It's something I'm incredibly passionate about due to my gambling starting at such a young age. But young people growing up now, they're growing up in a completely different landscape digitally than we were. When my gambling started at 16, that's completely different to how someone's gambling is starting now. My motivations, my exposure, my influences, that is all completely different to what we're seeing now. So I know we've got some points throughout the panel to talk about. Obviously, there's not potential appetite for government to address a brand new Gambling Act. There's potentially not resource to do that, but there are some quick wins, and preventative education at a national level is certainly one of them. So yeah, I'm looking forward to getting into that.
Great, thank you very much, Sam. That brings me on to something I wanted to ask about. We've spoken a lot about prevention and young people. So I guess my first question to the panel is, do you think we need a national prevention strategy? And if so, what would you like to see in it? Alex, can I come to you first for this?
Excellent, thank you, Haroon. Yes, we should have a national prevention strategy. We've all talked a lot about advertising. I think that is the source of many people with problems getting into gambling in the first place. And indeed, if you speak to people with gambling problems, the constant bombarding of advertising in football and local radio, online, influencers that are advertising sort of without following the proper rules on social media channels, and the ASA has looked at some of these issues and has been found not to have the powers to deal with them. I think all of those issues are things that we need to be thinking about. And people are getting information in very different ways these days. We know about that as politicians. Me going on the BBC and talking about things reaches a much smaller audience than me doing the same on TikTok. So I think there is a lot of work that needs to be done around the advertising space. I'll mention one other thing, because we just had an inquiry earlier this week on gambling in the armed forces. So there are lots of particular groups. Young people is one that are more vulnerable. I think servicemen and women are more vulnerable, being in away for long periods, isolated, having a lot of other things provided for them. And so gambling becomes more manageable. And that is a problem that gets taken into later life when people have families and the like. So I think those vulnerable groups in particular, ways of managing those and supporting those should be included in any sort of particular strategy as well.
Brilliant, thank you. Any other reflections, views from other panel members?
I think just on the national prevention strategy, we're not going to have one coming in to full force in 3 years, but when that does come in, I think there needs to be added layers of accountability in terms of cross-departmental, whether that's justice, Home Office, Treasury, etc., education. And I don't want this to come across as an entitled view, but lived experience needs to span across all those departments as well. we as a council, me as an individual, we do not speak for lived experience. We share our experience and we try to, as Dan says, amplify that voice. So I think in terms of a national prevention strategy, once OHID have very much got the feet on the ground, that's something where across government and across government departments, there's conversations and there's open communication, because gambling can impact many parts of people's lives. So I guess that's the angle that I come from there, Haroon.
Very good. Any other views on that question? Okay. We've spoken about quick wins and what we can do quickly, which leads me on to what we can learn from other countries. Britain is not alone in trying to regulate gambling or reduce the harms from gambling. There are lots of countries that are also doing different things. And Britain may sometimes be seen as an exception. So what lessons do you think we can learn from other countries in their approaches to gambling regulation? Dan, can I start with you for this one?
Yeah, I'll probably speak specifically about marketing restrictions, because we actually commissioned some research in this area. It's interesting. So you've got some different European countries who are a bit firmer with marketing restrictions. You've got some countries that are just doing an outright ban. A lot of the restrictions are coming from countries like Italy, Belgium, similar-ish cultural context, but the way that these marketing restrictions are being implemented are quite different. And the way the kind of route into restrictions is quite different as well, which I thought was quite interesting. So in Italy, for example, it actually changed from the bottom up. So you had a lot of local authorities making restrictions, and then the national kind of government thought, we should just do something to make this a bit more consistent. I think in Belgium, there was basically just one parliamentarian who just was kind of going for it and just went for it, got it done. And then in other jurisdictions, you're seeing a piece of evidence. So for example, among children, young people, and the rate of harms that prompted action. The really difficult thing in a lot of these kind of different contexts is it's really hard to actually evaluate policy change in general, because there's so many different things going on in people's lives, but especially within marketing as well. So you've got some evidence that's starting to be collected for gambling marketing restrictions, but you're also seeing how in different countries, there might be kind of operators trying to get around the rules. So I'll give you an example. So say in a certain country, they've banned front of shirt sponsorship of gambling companies. So let's say Bet365. What Bet365 is, they will make a news website called bet365news.com. They will then put that on a shirt, because it's not a gambling website, it's a news website, and then you're plastered with adverts when you're there. Also, if there's only partial bans as well, what will happen? So for example, if you've got a broadcast ban, they might move to different channels like online marketing. If you're restricting paid media, they might go to stuff like sponsorship or influencer marketing. So it's really difficult to actually prove that this stuff is having an impact when, you're kind of reaching around the rules. But yeah.
That's very, very interesting. Sounds very challenging. Any other views on that from international learnings?
Yeah, very briefly, Haroon. So the question was, what can we learn from other jurisdictions? We mustn't forget these other jurisdictions learn a lot from us as well. So last year I was in Rome for the International Association of Gaming Regulators annual conference. And I found it really striking that the first keynote was Andrew Rhodes, the Gambling Commission, followed by a civil servant from DCMS. And the audience was full of regulators from around the world, a very sizable percentage of which were from African countries. And there was a real sense that the UK was being looked at as a mature market, example of regulatory best practice. Whether you agree with that or not is a different matter. But other countries are watching us, they're looking at us, they're learning from us. And I think with that comes a great deal of responsibility. So the changes from the white paper and the changes from the budget and how those are enacted over the next year or so are going to have consequences, not just for us, but also from the ways that other countries learn from us going forward.
Great. So leading the way, but sharing the learning as well. Right. There are many other things I could ask, but we do need to move on to the audience Q&A. So, okay, I think there's a question at the back there from Nicola.
Thank you. Haroon, Nicola Jakes from Beacon Council and Trust and Lived Experience Council. Just obviously very much aligned with a lot of what Sam was saying there. Just in terms of, we all know strategy being the key word here, and regulation alone is not enough just to tackle gambling related harms, but critically in terms of where we go forward with this for our children and young people. Danny was talking about actually there's going to be no regulation around advertising in that sense, but the saturation of how our children are consuming and targeted, not only now just by sort of operators, but we're talking social influences, a very, very different landscape of gambling harms that's about to come our way. We've not touched on here in terms of that rise of the black market operation that, you know, can't really be separated and distilled, which regulation will form into this. And obviously, crucially, then coming back to actually at the moment having an absence of an education program for our young people, which is in this space and gap, is absolutely outrageous from where we are. This is one of my concerns, and I kind of want to put that back to the panel in actually what are we doing here to protect our children and young people for the evolving landscape of gambling harms in a constantly innovating environment.
So are we doing enough, I guess, was the question.
Can I have a
Go on.
crack? Something that's been really bothering me recently is actually sits outside of the gambling sector. And I think quite often we can get very focused just on this sector. But what I'm particularly worried about is the wider gamblification of different environments. So, you know, loot boxes, they've been around for ages. We know that there's a kind of self-regulatory approach to those at the moment, but the mechanism is so similar to the online slots in terms of the way it works. You've also got like a lot of charities running like lotteries, which is quite a weird dynamic. And you've also got, you know, big corporations like McDonald's, like, you know, within your different products having your McDonald's monopoly. Again, this is kind of like a gamblification, and there's this weird merging, and I'm not really sure who's responsible for all of that stuff, which is always why it's difficult. So who do we ask those questions to has been really bothering me recently, but yeah.
I agree the unregulated sector is a big problem. I was pleased that in the budget, 26 billion was allocated to the Gambling Commission. I don't understand all the detail behind how you're going to do that, but I'm really pleased that there is more chance for us to crack down on the IP addresses, the payment bans, that we can make it as difficult as possible, if not impossible, for people in the UK to gamble on unregulated sites, not just because it's unregulated and more dangerous, but the Exchequer doesn't get any money and we can't pump that back into the prevention things. One of the good things the Labour government did unrelated to gambling in the latest education bill was introduce civic duty classes in schools, and that is going to cover politics, how Parliament works, individual financial management, how to get a mortgage, how to look after your own personal finances. I'm going to take away from this, we need to have something about gambling in there, so that when teachers are teaching about all these things, particularly personal finances, that there is a little bit of an explainer about what gambling does to your personal finances and the risks and, you know, other things around that. So really good suggestion, and I'm going to take that one away.
I know I'm preaching to the choir as well, Nick, but obviously we've gotten in with young people and teachers and educators in the fact that, you know, gaming and gambling sits within the statutory PSHE framework, and, you know, that can fall under internet safety and online harms. It can fit into some wider mental health and well-being. I guess there's challenges to that in terms of, you know, we know how busy schools are, how teachers are, how disenfranchised some teachers are becoming with the wider system, etc. So it's how do we pass over the knowledge they need to know that their kids already know? They're the experts, the young people are the experts. We need to be speaking to them, whether that's through, you know, different advisory panels that I think we've spoken about at length this morning as well. So it's making sure we as professionals, not just of this sector, but of the education sector, know exactly what they are engaging with, what they are exposed to ensure that we can be ahead of that and safeguard them. And you mentioned influencers, you mentioned, you know, streamers, etc. Crypto casinos, they're so savvy nowadays. This isn't something that's niche. This is a real safeguarding issue that if we don't get on top of, add on to that, we don't have a young people support service anymore. So where do we treat young people nowadays? And these are all questions that the new commissioning frameworks and bodies will need to ask themselves to protect young people.
Thanks very much. I think there's another question here.
sorry, I think somebody else has their hand up, so I'll be as quick as possible. I just wanted to touch up on something. I don't know if it was Dr. James who mentioned it, but something about being in Rome and perhaps the African market, looking at the UK as an example to how perhaps, they can develop strategies to minimize harms. Something which actually struck me, I learned a few years back that people in Africa are actually experiencing harms. I know this because I know people who work, study there and have businesses there. Given that there are British companies, British betting operators operating now in Africa, some countries being third world countries, does the UK government hold itself responsible or accountable for the harms, that have been, passed on in a continent, which is, typically deprived, or in countries which are deprived?
Very interesting question. James, would you like to?
Yeah, that's a very thorny question, and I wish that Tim Miller was sat in this seat to answer that question rather than me. And it requires a level of regulatory expertise which I lack, and he has. Tim, come on, and answer the question. Look, I don't know that much about the African market. It was really noticeable to me last year in Rome that a good 30 to 40% of the audience were African regulators, African stakeholders, opening markets, young markets, markets that were about to come into being, often markets that don't really have any legislation around the market practice, as well as some more mature markets from Africa. I remember in 2019, there was a lot of controversy around the actions of some operators in places like Kenya and how young people were being drawn through their interest in Premier League football to place bets on that, often very deprived parts of those countries. There are. We talk about the black market. We talk about the grey market. We also know that apparently there are regulated operators that have licenses from the Gambling Commission of the UK that are active in those grey stroke, potentially grey, veering on black markets, including in Asia and potentially in Africa. It's a very complex question of international law and jurisprudence, but I will say, Tim, that in the various conversations that I've had, the idea is sometimes being floated that the conduct of a UK license holder, the conduct of that license holder in another jurisdiction might be a determining factor in whether that operator is allowed to have a license in the UK. I don't know legally how that would work or not, but there is certainly a strong sense that gambling liberalization and gambling law it isn't just about how you open up markets and how you regulate markets and how you expand in markets as an operator. There's a soft power element to it as well. There's a reputational element to it as well. There's something about British values, British current marks as well at stake. So I think that's something that potentially we could be looking at more going forward.
Go on. I've started, so I'll finish.
So the quick answer is that we can't be the world's policeman. Every pound that we would spend dealing with issues overseas is a pound less we spend protecting British consumers. However, we have very clearly agreed with our sort of regulatory counterparts around the world that where either a British licensed operator is shown to have been operating without a license in another jurisdiction, and that process has all come to an end, so the proper legal or regulatory process is concluded, we will then consider whether that affects their suitability to hold a license here. So we've worked with colleagues in Ontario and places like that, but it can't be for us to make that determination as to how the law operates in other jurisdictions. But I mean, James is right that things that happen in other jurisdictions in the right circumstances could be taken into account by us when considering the suitability of a license holder here.
Thank you. Right. I think I'm going to take one more question. Sorry, Martin, I think I'm aware you've had your hand up for a while. Sorry. Oh, sorry, there's an online question. All right, we'll do Martin, then the online question.
Okay, thank you, Martin Jones. We've been talking today naturally, I think, about activities and what we're doing at the moment and how we can do it better and faster. I still step back and look at 1.4 million people being harmed by gambling. Hundreds of thousands will have suicidal thoughts. Dozens will attempt to take their own lives. And I can't see the strategic vision or activity to halve that number over, say, 2 years. James will tell me I'm shooting for the sky and it'll never happen. But my approach would be, get rid of the aim to permit. That will enable councils to control the high street. It'll enable the Gambling Commission to be less schizophrenic by trying to promote industry and prevent harm. I give the Gambling Commission the prime duty to prevent harm, to measure it and report on it so we can see visibly whether we're winning or losing. And I give the operators a statutory duty of care to prevent harm with the named director responsible and the right of redress. That's the sort of level that we need to make inroads into a huge problem. I can't imagine what life is like in the Gambling Commission when this level of harm is there and they've got a licensing objective to prevent it. I would expect my board to be rattling my cage weekly if that was the case. So I'd really pose the question to the panel, how can we move into that sort of space? I can't see my voice making a blind bit of difference, but I think the Public Accounts Committee, who did a fairly scathing report back in 2020, could perhaps make a bigger dent if they revisited that. And I'd be very keen to hear what my chances are of that happening, Alex.
All right. Thank you, Martin. Always good to hear from you. So there has been a massive change. I think everyone recognises with the white paper, and a lot of those functions around prevention are going into the health system. So I think just the fact that we have a commissioner whose responsibility is also dealing with the consequences of gambling harm, it is really positive, and we're yet to see what that's going to look like. But I'm optimistic that that's going to go a long way to preventing a lot of the gambling harm that we see. Job's not over, of course, not by a long way, and you're 100% right that the scale of the problem is enormous. I'm really pleased to see the public's recognition of this. And as a politician, of course, it's very difficult for me to do things or advocate things that are not publicly popular. But things like gambling advertising are extremely unpopular with the public. There is oodles of evidence, and whenever I have conversations with people on the doorstep that touch on gambling, they are pretty pissed off with the amount of adverts they're being bombarded with. So this is something that wouldn't have massive political consequences for us to do a bit of work on to change. The other more convoluted, complicated areas might be more difficult. Parliamentary time is very precious. We're going to continue to advocate for those changes. We're going to put forward some really positive proposals, realistic proposals, things that I think people could come behind early next year, and we'll see how many of those are be able to take forward by the government coming forward.
Can I?
Go on, Dan.
I think a really good point that Martin makes as well is the how of some of these policies, how they're going to be implemented. So we released a paper on online marketing and content, and essentially, if I'm being honest, it's a bit of a mess about who's doing what. Like, there should be way more work going on at DSIT around online marketing in general. Obviously, we've just talked about globalization. The online platforms do not, they're not country gated. So you can easily see content from different jurisdictions, and we've never really got a grip of that more generally. So yeah, there's more needs to be done on some of the structures that these policies sit underneath. I think it's really important to actually talk about the how in some of these.
Yeah. Watch the space for more ideas from Alex and his colleagues. Right. I'm aware there are more questions in the room, but I am going to go to Sarah, who's been waiting very eagerly for an online submitted question.
Online audience questions. So how do you balance the need to prioritise quick wins, like further regulation on gambling advertising, with longer term ambitions like a new Gambling Act?
I think that's probably one for you, Alex, isn't it?
Well, there's nothing stopping us doing both, of course. And I think we can certainly pursue the things we think are achievable in the short term. Any new government has a manifesto commitment of bills that they need to get through. That's probably going to take us through the first 2 or 3 years of Parliament, and then we have to fight with everything else that's changing in order to get primary legislation through. So we can prepare the ground, make the case, advocate. I suggest all of you get in touch with your local MPs to push them to do the same, to join the Gambling Reform All-Party Group towards that Gambling Act. But in the meantime, we can hit the ground running and do the things, the quick wins that we're talking about. Many good ideas we've heard today and from my colleagues on the panel here, and see what is achievable, and if it's publicly popular, if it's easy with a relatively small change, and if you have a group of MPs that are interested, just like the change in taxation that we saw, these things are very possible.
Correct.
I would say a national prevention strategy would be useful because you know where you're going and you know where you want your policy to kind of prioritise. And also, when there's so many different policies, you can kind of like think about how to balance them. So there might be a lot of evidence for one, a lot of public support. There are quite a few different things you can like think about when deciding which policy you want to kind of hero on.
Very good. Right. Okay. We are, I'm going to wrap it up there just because mindful of time. So please join me in thanking our panel.
Thank you very much, Haroon, and the panel for a very far-reaching conversation. I'm not going to try to pick out of that the top priority points, but I do think the interesting point for me is how we get young people who are absolutely aware of how tech is changing and what they're using and how they're interacting with gambling at the table. And I think that for me is one of the most important issues. So given that, our next speaker has flown in hot foot from Milan, where he was commentating last night on the Liverpool match. So just to be with us, Clive, I know you made a huge effort and thank you very much for that. And I know you have a call to action for us. Please welcome Clive Tilsley, sports commentator and broadcaster.
I've been told to deliver a positive message, to send you all home with hope in your hearts and a sense of a good day spent putting the world to rights. But I'm not very good at doing what I'm told, I'm afraid. Sorry. So warning, all that follows are my own opinions. You can disagree. I'm a football commentator. I'm used to people disagreeing with me. I've come back from the UEFA Champions League, which now pays for my Christmas presents. The UEFA Champions League sponsored by Bet365, among others. Why am I here? That's why I'm here. Because despite some largely cosmetic concessions to pressure, your pressure, football's relationship with the gambling operators is growing. It's strengthening. And I am increasingly uncomfortable with that. Football is a hook. It's a bait to lure football fans into a gambling habit, a habit that they are told is almost essential to enjoying football fully. Who do you fancy? Who's your money on? Put your money where your mouth is. The illusion is that you don't really get football unless you're prepared to back your opinions with your debit card. Every football match I commentate on, people ask me before, what's your prediction? I have a stock answer. They don't pay me any more for getting the score right before the game. If I get it wrong after the game, they sack me. I don't bet. I was part of that hook, that bait 5 years ago. I commentated on Premier League games for Talk Sport, whose business model, a perfectly acceptable business model, is largely betting sponsorship. Sponsorship that required me to read out the sponsors' live odds twice during each game. You can now get Liverpool at 11-8. The draw is evens. 18 plus, be gamble aware. That was as much of a warning about the money that you were about to part company with as I was required to give, as we were required to give. I did take it upon myself to give a little bit more, to actually encourage listeners to visit the GambleAware website for some guidance and advice on how to enjoy their gambling. I was doing no more than edging my own bets, trying to mitigate my sins. I didn't make myself popular. The sponsors told TalkSport they didn't like me straying from the script. Just tell him to read it out as it's written. But like I said, I'm not very good at doing what I'm told. I packed the job in after one season. However, for those 12 months, I was complicit. I promoted gambling. I managed to dodge some of the contractual commitments, but I was still actively encouraging listeners to bet on the outcome of the game that I was commentating on. I'd love to tell you that my conscience got the better of me, but I think my decision to stand down was more of a reputational one. This felt like tomorrow's nicotine, and I thought I'd better get out before it really became a big issue. Do you know what? 5 years on, it's still not a big issue. Colleagues of mine, friends of mine, can take the gambling dollar without a trace of a stain on their reputations. Peter Crouch, Roy Keane, you name them, people who don't need the money. It's fine. It's okay. Paddy Power ads, just part of the banter of football. A lot of commercials actually encourage punters to gamble responsibly. What the fuck does that mean? It's a complete contradiction. It's a comical contradiction. And yet we just take it in. I know so much more about the operators' methods than I did 5 years ago, about the route that they plot towards their slots, about the suicide rates, about the stigma, about all the grieving and the anger and the desperation. I have met the recovering. I have met the bereaved. I've felt the power of your lived experiences, still our most potent weapon in this campaign. I've sat with my wife, with delegates from Gambling with Lives at conference and just cried openly. I know so much more than I did. Consider this. Nowhere else in Western Europe regulates gambling promotion with more leniency than here in the UK. That is a fact. The same UK that has recorded a particularly high level of support for more restrictions on gambling advertising and marketing. That is a fact. Are we doing enough to make those facts add up? I don't think we can be. I'm sorry, but from where I'm standing, we might just be losing this fight, losing a fight we cannot afford to lose, losing a fight we should be able to win. We've got more than enough evidence, enough sound and scientific evidence to move this fight into the public health arena. Wes Streeting might be right. Mental health and ADHD may well be overdiagnosed. Gambling harm is not overdiagnosed. It's real and present and dangerously growing, and it's underrated. And do you know what? Alex touched on it. The public sense that. Ordinary, wonderful people who don't give a flying damn about whether Rachel Reeves or the OBR misled the media about the nation's fiscal headroom, but who can see their colleagues and their loved ones falling into a gambling habit. They want change. They want stronger rules to stop the carpet bombing of our lives by the operators. Politically, I actually believe it is now a vote winner. I don't mind taxing the operators' profits more heavily if we're going to fund worthy social projects, but I also think it's missing the point. Those profits reflect the size of the hook that their advertising, their promotion is able to get into human sensibilities. I'd rather do something about reducing the size of that hook. You know, that addictive, appetizing, tempting idea that we know who's going to win this match, that we can beat the system. We cannot beat this system. Gambling advertising works. They wouldn't spend what they spend on it. It didn't work. It's specifically designed to draw more people into gambling. All people, any people. It's effective. Too bloody effective to resist. We've heard 96% of children and young people are exposed to it every week in our country. And 76% of them say it makes gambling seem fun and harmless. It's not harmless. We know that. We can prove it. We've got to get that message across to those that don't know, don't even think it's a big thing. We've got to make them see how big it is becoming. And I really have no right to be standing here because I'm not a gambler, never have been, never tempted. 5 years ago, I was probably one of those people that thought the best solution to problem gambling was just to get a grip and stop. Come on. I know different now. I know better. I voted for this government. I want this government. I want this Prime Minister. I want this Chancellor. Maybe not the gambling minister at the moment, but that's another question. But what I don't want is growth that comes at the cost of growing a gambling industry that will grow harm at the same time. It will grow harm at the same time, certainly without some more regulation. And we've got to make the public and the powers that be see that. Today, we say, well, we begin our goodbyes to GambleAware. I like GambleAware. There, I've said it. I've outed myself. I like this organization because it's been such a part of my education and because it's delivered our message as effectively, maybe more effectively than any other body, certainly in the few years that I've been taking an interest. I'm aware that there are those who might disagree with me on that. There is a surprising amount of disagreement in this space. And that was one of the first things when I learned when I started my education on gambling harm. I'd like to address that one day. I'd like to bang a few heads together. But first things first, we need to make sure that someone delivers the message when GambleAware is no more, that someone fills the space in the public's awareness. I have seen nothing in the New World Order that is going to replace GambleAware in the wider public arena. Nothing that is going to coordinate and publicize the research and the lived experience, that's going to demand the changes in the law and the government strategy and approach to gambling harm, that's going to run public awareness campaigns. Nothing that will be that first point of contact and recognition for anybody who wants the education that I've been given. The education that's changed my perceptions on gambling harm. So, the challenge I'm setting you when we all leave the King's Fund tonight is not to talk to each other, but to talk to the people walking about in Cavendish Square who have no idea what we're talking about, who don't understand any of this. That all of the good work that's being done, or the research, or the campaigning, or the support networks, or the progress that we've discussed today, that it all reaches and connects with a public that needs to get the same education that you people, GambleAware, Gambling with Lives, have given me in the last few years. And that has got to be our mission. The message is loud and clear inside these walls. Let's take it outside. Let's win this fight, because I know we can. I am positive, so get to it. And thank you for listening. Thank you.
I think you've just got the job, Clive. That was definitely that would definitely win the audition. Thank you very much indeed. I love this organisation too. It's quite an emotional day, having been involved for this long, 19 years. Clive has basically hit the nail on the head. We need to get out there. We need to be keeping the messages coming. We need to talk to the people. We've always needed to talk to the people who weren't in this room. We've always asked ourselves, how do we get the people who aren't in this room into this room? And that has got to carry on. If we are to make the quick wins that were talked about, if we are to get the national prevention strategy that was talked about, there is still a huge amount to be done. Thank you all for being here. I am going to hand over to Anna Hargraves now, CEO of GambleAware, for your closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. As we bring today's conference to a close, I want to begin by acknowledging the thoughtful discussions, reflections, and perspectives shared throughout the day. We've heard from fantastic keynote speakers, lived experience leaders, researchers, frontline providers, and partners from across the system. Those contributions have demonstrated the depth, maturity, and shared purpose of this sector, and they have reminded us why this work matters. When GambleAware stepped into this space, it was during a time when gambling harms were not widely recognised as a public health priority and when there was no coordinated system in place. There was a gap and a clear need for leadership. We stepped forward because the work needed to begin. Over the years, the system has evolved considerably. We have tested approaches, strengthened evidence, and adapted as understanding grew. And while we had an important role to play, the system has never been ours to own. It has always been bigger than one organisation. The progress made belongs to the sector as a whole, the providers delivering support, the organisations reaching communities, the researchers building evidence, and the lived experience community whose leadership has transformed how this work is understood and shaped. One of the most significant shifts over this period has been the embedding of lived experience as a central and respected voice, not consulted sporadically, but integrated meaningfully into research, policy, design, and delivery. That change has strengthened the system, and I hope that those voices will remain a cornerstone of the work moving forward. As we look ahead, we recognise the system is entering a new phase. The introduction of a statutory approach represents an important milestone, one that brings opportunity, advancement, and complexity. But it also represents a natural evolution, one driven by evidence, by collective learning, and by the need for a sustainable public health approach to gambling harms. I encourage all involved to move ahead with continued honesty, an open mind, and a willingness to work together to build a new system that works for those that need it most. Our role now is to step back as we once stepped forward. Leadership includes knowing when to create space for the next stage to develop. Before we finish, I want to recognise the people who've worked within GambleAware, past and present. Their professionalism, commitment, resilience, particularly during periods of change, have been crucial in helping build the foundations that exist today. As we move forward towards a closure, please join me in thanking every member of the staff for the role that they have played in strengthening the system and driving the work forward. As we close, I want to leave you with 3 thoughts. First, we should take confidence in how far the system has come. Second, we should recognise that while transition brings questions, it also holds promise. And third, we should remain grounded in collaboration, evidence, and equity as the work continues. The future of gambling harms prevention will be shaped by partnership across statutory services, civil society, research, lived experience, and communities. And although GambleAware will not be part of the next phase, we leave with a sense of assurance. The foundations are there and the sector is ready. Thank you to everyone who's been part of this journey, whether you worked alongside us, delivered services, generated evidence, shared lived experience, or challenged us. Every role has mattered. And thank you for everything that you will continue to do to reduce gambling harms and support across Great Britain. Now, if you'd like to join us for some drinks, nibbles, and what I'm sure will be fascinating conversation.
Thank you.